Good numbing, and welcome back to session 3 of the Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc revisit. Where today, my throat is starting to finally give a little bit, so it's probably a good thing that this is the last day in a row that we're doing Dangan, and we're going back to easy old Riser tomorrow. Today we're covering case 3, which is widely considered to be the weakest case of this game. And yeah, I'd agree. And it's not necessarily that it's just weak, because it does have its problems. It's because it's between two good ones. As we end off chapter 2. We have to see the ending piece of chapter 2 first, and then we'll go into it. So treat this more as like the prologue to chapter 3.
I know I shouldn't cry, but I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Getting out of here anytime soon. It's impossible. I can't let myself think about how much I want to get out of here. If I keep thinking like that, I might decide to.
Donuts. I need to see some donuts. That'll cheer me up. Glazed donuts, twisty donuts, jelly donuts, cream-filled donut holes, malasadas.
Okay.
Oh, god of donuts, I'm praying for a wonderful encounter. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for breaking the nighttime rule. But right now, for me, donuts are an absolute necessary.
Huh?
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 What's that sound? It sounds like it's coming from the bathhouse.
But
I'm super scared, but is someone there? This fucking chapter. A next generation legend stands tall galactic hero. The morning after the conclusion of the second class trial, everyone met up in the dining hall. Well, almost everyone. I expected it to start like any other day. That's what I expected, but today kind of sucks too. Toko and Byakuya still refuse to show up. And I haven't seen Miss Ashihina anywhere. She said her stomach was hurting, so she's taking it easy in her room for today.
oh,
That is rather unusual for her. Normally, she is so full of energy. Which is exactly what makes me worry.
so then.
So it's just the 7 of us then. Looks that way.
How about that?
It's times like this where the committee chairman needs to get things going with a bang.
Impossible.
Or not. Tark hasn't said a word since everything had happened yesterday. One look at his face showed he hasn't slept a wink last night. It must be because of Mondo. The two of them became so close, and he finds out Mondo killed Chihiro, and then having to watch Mondo get punished, and nothing he could do about it. Can't even imagine what it must have done to him.
Well,
So I mean, what's gonna happen now? We haven't found any way out, and we have no idea if help's ever gonna come. Now I'm all depressed just thinking about it.
We simply have to make the best of things, do our best to get along and live our lives together in peace. Forget about the outside world and accept this new life that is the only hope we have now. What? To live here forever?
well,
Here we have every convenience, we have food, clothes, our every need is seen to. Why are you dissatisfied? In fact, let me ask you about this. What is it about the outside world that you long for?
is that okay?
Competition, discrimination, victimization, and violence. As society grows, so does its perversion. In which case, our current situation, not...
Demon angel, pretty pudgy princess.
Huh? Here we go.
Maggie, the drill shop owner. The bunny-eared Amazon cat girl dog boy. Robo Justice, the galactic king. And what I mean is, there's no 2D here.
There is nothing to be
The
done.
mastermind put such base desire to their advantage, bending you to their will.
You know?
Okay, well, anyway, since Taka's like catatonic, as the oldest one here, I'm officially stepping up to take the lead. So, we're all gonna work together and spend the rest of the day searching the school. Searching?
I'm right,
Well, I mean,
right?
since the class trial is over and all,
Perhaps.
there should be new places for us to investigate.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the ticket. Maybe we'll all find some kind of clue this time.
Well
Well, then once we're done eating, let's split up and begin looking around. You have any problem with that, Celeste? There may well be a discovery waiting for us, which may further enrich our life here.
No, the point is look for clues.
There's gonna be something to come together. She barged in and ruined the conversation.
Called for me, so I appeared.
You called for me, and so I appeared. Genocide.
Nobody called for you!
then.
What the? How come it's Genocide Jill and not Toko?
God, this place is just amazing! Finally a place where I can just be my murderous self. Which is why I've decided to stop holding back and spread my wings. No more hiding in a cave for me. Plus, I have another battle to fight. The whole killer of a split personality thing is so overdone. I'm gonna destroy that stereotype. I'll fight all day and all night to murder those totally slanderous cliches.
But you are killer of a split personality.
If she weren't here, my chance of survival would go up by at least 10%. Oh, come on, you gotta back me up here. Even the biggest stars need the little people to help them up.
Well, whatever else we do today, first we should eat. We cannot do anything on an empty stomach. Yeah, you're right. Let's hurry up and eat so we can start our investigation. So we were forced to eat breakfast with a murderer, and after our meal, after our much needed but very annoying meal, we set to work looking around the school. Oh, can we go in here yet? Look, there's something out of the ordinary about them. Ah, no, we can't, damn. That's huge, it looks like a full-on hot spring. I hope you guys have been enjoying this revisit. People who watch it live or the people who hop in late. I knew I was gonna have a fun time, but I didn't realize how much I was gonna I didn't realize how much I missed these games until we got back to it. It's Taka's room. Tell me if I need to talk to him about right now. Find someone having to sit. Oh, I want to hear him react to people. It won't budge. Must be locked. Oh, come on. I know that the sequel does that a bit more, where they react to it, but I remember it being more in this game as well. Anyway, I believe in this case the nurse's office is finally fucking open. Yes. Oh, it's open. Guess I now can get in here too. It's a normal trash can. I mean, besides, I mean, you need to spend more time thinking about it. A refrigerator. You must use it to keep cold drugs and good cold stuff. Hey, Yasuhiro.
Could it be?
Nothing changed on this floor. The only difference is the gate blocking the stairs to the third floor is gone. I guess that's where they kind of want us to head next. Wonder what kind of crazy stuff is up there. So just don't mind me just enjoying the cozy pop again. The third floor of Hope's Peak Academy. I wonder what we're going to find this time. It's up here. Well, immediately behind you is immediately another two classrooms. But first is the recreational room. Or the rec room. So this is
Let's see.
a recreation room. A place for students to come and relax. I would have imagined a school having a place like this. Well, no normal school would. It has a fellow, shogi, even a dartboard and a pool table. And look at this. They even have provided us with a remarkable number of magazines.
Isn't it wonderful?
Those will certainly be helpful in keeping our boredom at bay.
Listen up!
Ring, ring, ring. Hello there. Allow me to expound. We've got fashion, motorcycles, martial arts, video games, baseball, science, all kinds of magazines. But oh, nothing dirty. This is a school after all. If you need your fix, check out the swimsuit mags.
So then...
And will you be adding to our collection as new issues come out?
Too bad.
Sorry, no can do. Even if I wanted to, right now magazines are kinda...
Kind of what?
Watch out!
Whoops! Oh, nothing. Never mind. No. Anyway, that's it for my expoundation. Bye-bye.
What he just said. Alright, bothers me too.
Most
Life here would
unfortunate.
be much nicer if we could add some new issues once in a while. How disappointing. Really? Yeah, Celeste is seemingly completely okay with just chilling. It's a beat up old locker. It's even any portion right now, but I need to open it. It's like some kind of bottle, but what the heck is it? Maybe it's just for decoration or something. All kinds of magazines here on the shelf, you know, a bunch of monthly comics, but without getting regular updates, what's the point? There's even a dartboard. Did Monokuma put this here? Or was it always a part of the school? There's a table here, kind of similar to a desk in the classroom, but also kind of not. That's not what I was clicking. I was trying to click what's on the table, Makoto. Come on. It's got to be of a fellow here. I'm pretty bad at it, though. It's the same, brother. Alright, Celeste, I'll talk to you in a minute. Just investigating the room. Pool table isn't normal school equipment. Thanks to Monokuma, or did the school buy it? Alright, let's talk to our Gothic
There's
angel.
nothing to be done.
It is rather unfortunate about the magazines, but still, I do believe our lives will improve significantly thanks to this little hideaway. Alright, Celeste's got her happy room then. Hey, Kyoko.
It would seem...
So the third floor opened up this time. After a brief investigation, it looks like there's a physics lab and an art room. I also found a huge machine of some kind in the physics lab. I wonder what it does. Alright, into the art hall. God, imagine getting to go to a school like this in real life. With how big it is, like how many floors it is. Having an open, like, giant art exhibit room like that on one floor. At first glance, it's like a normal art room. But something about it seems off, or multiple somethings. Yeah, Hifumi's here.
Well, look at all this equipment. It certainly scratches an artistic itch of mine. Art supplies, of course, but they've also got all kinds of sculpting tools. So, Hifumi, do you like sculptures and figurines and stuff?
Yes, indeed.
Well, normally I limit myself to 2D, but figurines are like borderline 2D, so it's okay.
I don't know how that's borderline, but okay.
I'm a fan of Chiranbo, Pumpkinhead, and I especially admire anything with Saburo Ronpongi makes. Shinranbo's ability to express the movement of muscles is exquisite, as seen in his Mama Cat series. Pumpkinhead is like a little sculptor fairy, representing the century's greatest quality. Saburo Ronpogi, meanwhile, is known for his Mecha Museum series, which led to a worldwide tour. Truly, they can only be regarded as the Elite Four. This is 4? You only mentioned 3 names. And also nice Pokemon reference. But one of your Elite is missing. Well, the Elite 3 just sounds stupid now, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Besides, the empty seat rightly belongs to me. Today begins my reign as the legendary ruler of the next century.
I see. Well, good luck with that. Statue of Neo. I've never really heard of anyone using a Neo statue for life drawing classes or whatever. It's a locker. I don't know if there's anything inside. It's a Venus statue. Yup, very fine art roomish. Is this statue of Monokuma? Who would ever want to make something like this? Still, the quality is surprising. It's just the repository that's attached to the art room. It's used to store different artsy things. And the things that should first draw your eye is this photo. There's something on the floor. It was like a picture. So I stretched my hand to pick it up, and once it on its own, my hands froze. Huh? What I saw in the picture was Chihiro, Leon, and Mondo. And they were smiling. What is this? I started racing through my head, one after another. Why is it only these three people? What are they doing together? How come they're smiling like that? When was it taken? Who took it? Where's the camera they used? How'd they get it developed? And in the picture, the window's in the classroom. There's no metal plate covering it. Which must mean, whenever this picture was taken, it wasn't here at Hope's Peak. But there was no time to find an answer. All the questions floating in my head were quickly drowned out by...
Oh, that's mine. Give it back.
One of the appeared out of nowhere and snatched the photo, and any chance I had as answers evaporated.
You peeked, didn't you? Well, they all had some pretty dazzling smiles, huh? They were definitely living their school life. It's like they ripped a page right out of the book of you.
What's going on with that picture? Do you know?
I'm not telling you nothing.
Why can't you just give me a straight answer? Never mind. Don't know why I bothered asking. There are wooden mallets hanging on the wall. If I had to guess, I'd say they used them for making sculptures. A dolly. They must use it to move all these statues around. And then the screen as usual. Alright, let's get out of here. There's still a couple more places to check out, I believe. Right at the very end. Yeah, it's the fancy pants room. Because over there's the 4th floor, but we can't access that yet. And it's funny because now that I think about it, when we get to Case 4 doesn't involve that much of the 4th floor. Whilst Case 3 involves a lot of this floor. Oh, and a bit of the nurse's office, but one thing at a time. This is the physics lab. This is like a classroom, more like some kind of research institute. Hey Taka, feeling any better from losing Mondo? Hey Taka, don't you think this place is some kind of research institute? Still no reaction. Oh, it's a digital camera. It's got some kind of weird anime style design on it. Kind of beat up, but it does look like it turns on just fine. Yep, still works. I should let the others know later. Look at this ridiculously big machine.
Watch out! Watch out? What? What, you want to do some quantum leaping?
Alright, nice reference. Huh?
That's a time machine. Pretty awesome, right? It was designed by a student right here at Hope's Peak. The ultimate physicist, although they didn't go here anymore. They died during the tragedy.
The time machine. Seriously. It can go back in time? Okay then, let me get in there. If I go back to the past, then I can... This time I'll stop Mondo for sure!
Oh, sorry, not possible. This particular time machine can only go back 1 minute. It comes in handy when you, like, leave your pizza bagels in the microwave 1 minute too long.
1 minute?
You sound disappointed. But actually, I was lying about the whole thing anyway. There's no such thing as time machines.
What?
Hey!
Honestly, it's just an air purifier.
Air purifier?
In other words,
It can produce clean air no matter where you are at. With that thing, you could even live on Mars. But what with the discombobulating gravity and deadly low temperatures, you probably don't want to live on Mars.
you guys.
Anyway, this machine is the reason you guys all have this delicious air. So don't go messing with it. You'll break it, and then it's your butt. This huge thing is just an air purifier? More than that. To go out of your way to say something you know will hurt someone who's already suffering. God damn you. This machine obviously has some kind of purpose, but I don't know anything about physics to begin with, so I wouldn't have a clue where to start with this. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is the equipment room. Super disorganized, and there's a strange chemical smell in the air. Ah, this place is so relaxing, so calming. The smell of formaldehyde is almost unbearable. It's so tempting. Oh, I just want to dunk myself right in. Of course, Genocide Jack likes it. That just goes to show how disgusting it really is.
got lots of stuff, and it was all strange, but I don't know if any of it was an actual clue. I was getting more confused. Maybe I should go back to the dining hall and talk about it with everyone else. But now I should head there. When I go back to the dining hall, the first thing I noticed was...
Hina?
I tried to talk to her, but my voice was immediately drowned out by the others that rushed into the dining hall.
Hina!
Huh? I thought she was sick or something. Everyone rushed past me and crowded around Hina. Being surrounded by everyone like that, Hina looked really uncomfortable.
Are you feeling better already? Yeah, I ate a few donuts and that really helped a lot.
You do love those donuts.
But it wasn't it your stomach that was hurting?
Well,
My stomach ache kind of made me hungry, so, you know. I guess my memory's kind of fuzzy lately. They say a goldfish will eat however much food you give it, even if it's about to burst. Miss Ashina is pretty much the same, it looks like. Hey, you of all people don't have any room to talk. Anyway, I was worried about you.
sorry.
Sorry. Besides that, you... Huh? Jeez, your nuggets are huge! What the heck? Did you convince him to double up on milk production? Stay away from her, fiend.
Anyway, first things first, we should talk about what we found, right, Taka? Right. Just shut the fuck up here. It's no use. Oh, I remembered. I saw Byakuya a little ago.
What? Where was he?
You're kind of scaring me.
Where was he?
He was in the locker room. He had a huge stack of books he must have got from the library.
No.
So that's where he was hiding. When did get away from me?
And she just ran off. Is she okay?
We should not concern ourselves with her.
Correct.
There was a rather remarkable physics lab on the 3rd floor. In the middle of the room, there was a machine bigger than anything I'd ever seen before. Oh yeah, apparently it's an air purifier. Huh? What's something like that doing there? A device really that big?
I don't really get it.
I searched the entire 3rd floor, but all the windows in the halls and the rooms were blocked off. I wish they'd just give it a rest already. For serious, give me back my bright blue skies.
Just forget about it.
You make it sound like I dropped a nickel or something.
Just to be sure, I went from one end to the other, testing each metal plate. Not one of them budged.
So in the end,
It would seem escape via the 3rd floor is as impossible as we feared.
Let's see.
There is one piece of good news. There just so happens to be a rec room on the 3rd floor. I have no doubt that our student life here will be even more enjoyable because of it. Will someone join me in a game of Othello sometime? There was an art room on the 3rd floor and it had all kinds of gear. Now I'll be able to recreate all of my favorite anime characters.
If you want to ask... Oh, speaking of anime, that reminds me. I found something while I was looking around.
perhaps.
A digital camera. It seems like. Does it still work? Yeah, it seems fine. Well, then let's see it. What the heck? This thing's like a kid's toy. Looks like you can store like 5 pictures, maybe. It doesn't even have a timer or anything.
On top of it, its appearance seems questionable. Is this some kind of anime character? Strange. Rude, she's not strange. She's Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess.
Oh, you recognize this, Infumi?
Of course I recognize it. It's a super rare prize that was given away at a bingo contest at a big anime convention. You have any idea how much I had to pay that guy to get my hands on it? Wait, that's my camera!
What?
Where'd you find it?
In the physics lab.
In my most prized possessions. I thought I brought it here with me, but I lost it on the first day along with my phone.
Let's see.
Why would it have reappeared in the physics lab?
However,
But look at it. It's got all messed up. Like if someone steals it's like when someone steals a sticker from your collection or you buy a secondhand shirt. Well, that's it.
That's it?
Not mint condition. I don't need it anymore.
But weren't you just saying how much it meant to you?
Then may I have it? I might be able to find some sort of use for it. If any of you'd like to borrow it, feel free to ask.
Well, I can't really imagine any of us are going to need to take any pictures or whatever.
Yeah, true.
Alright, let's go to Hina.
So,
Wasn't able to help much with the investigation, but I did make one discovery.
could it be?
It didn't happen to be donut-related discovery, did it?
What does that even mean?
that's right.
Never mind. It's about the nurse's office, remember? There's one on the 1st floor, right?
Well,
I remember, but it's locked.
Yeah.
Actually, not anymore.
So then.
Did you find any protein in there? Even vitamin supplies would be fine. I did, but no dice. Just a bunch of headache medicine and over-the-counter stuff.
I see.
I see. That's disappointing. It is disappointing. Like, the world is already here. I'm not sure it's that disappointing. Alright, I've heard what everyone has to say. Now it's my turn. Can I tell you guys something? I've had something that's kind of been bothering me.
What?
What is it? I found this weird picture in the repository. Apparently Monokuma took it. A weird picture? You mean like dirty? No, not that kind of weird. It was a picture of Leon, Mondo, and Chihiro all together.
Why?
Those three? And the three of them were laughing.
Oh.
It showed the three of them together laughing? When could it have been taken? And there's more. In the picture, there weren't any metal sheets covering the windows.
Well
Then the picture wasn't taken here.
Let's see.
But I don't recall hearing anything about them knowing each other before coming to this school. You probably just imagined it. Monokuma cast a spell on you. No, I saw it, I'm telling you. But if it wasn't taken before we got here, or after we got here, I bet they're all still alive. They left the school and took that picture.
Is that right?
That's impossible, after all. We saw it with our own eyes. They're all dead. Either murdered or executed. And they're not the only ones. Monokuma killed Junko. And then there's Sayaka. That wasn't an illusion. It was real, I'm sure of it. They all died. There's no way any of them are still alive. So we have to figure out when that picture was taken. Monokuma most likely forged it. I can't imagine any other possibility. Forged? That's all there is to it. Yeah, stay focused, man. Don't let Monokuma's bullcrap sidetrack you. He's right. But more importantly, on another topic, there is something that has been bothering me, and I would like to discuss that. Alright, Queen, what you got for us? There is also something that's been bothering me. What's bothering you, Celeste?
Actually.
It's about Hina. Me? You said your stomach hurt, did you not? But I believe that was a lie. What really happened? Huh? It varies from person to person, but whenever someone lies, they tend to have a way of showing it. It's called a tell, something that you just can't hide, no matter how hard you try.
Is that okay?
Whenever Hina lies, the tip of her nose just gets a little bit longer. What? For real? Actually, no. Huh?
Oh.
But your reaction just now confirmed it. You were lying. That's not fair. If you're going to tell a lie, at least try to lie convincingly. Hina, be honest. Or were you lying about your stomachache? Yes.
I see.
Why? Why would you lie about that? Are you feeling guilty about something? No, it's not that at all. It's just, I have a reason for it. A reason? Fucking... Just... To be honest, you didn't have a stomachache. I did it because... Even if I came and told you the truth, I thought you wouldn't believe me. The truth? I saw it. Saw what? A ghost. A ghost? You mean like that ghost?
Hey.
Is there more than one ghost? But ghosts... I told you wouldn't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, but I believe you. No matter what anyone else might say, I will believe whatever you say. No matter what. So can you tell us exactly what happened? If you really mean that, Sakura, okay, I'll tell you.
So,
It happened last night. I was in bed, but I couldn't get to sleep. I was just thinking about everything that happened up till now, and I ended up getting more upset. So to try and cheer myself up, I thought I'd go get some donuts. Donuts again?
Honestly.
Yeah, and you ignored the rule regarding light time.
Sorry.
I know, sorry. I feel really bad about that. Anyway, please continue. So I left my room and headed for the warehouse. But when I started hearing a strange sound,
well...
it was coming from the direction of the bathhouse, so I headed that way. The locker was halfway open, so I took a look inside. And I saw a human shape surrounded by a pale green light. There was no doubt who it was Chihiro.
Say what?
No way, ghost!
Honestly.
It is simply not possible. You must be mistaken. Just in most cases of paranormal activity, it was born from your weakened mental state.
Well
Then all we have to do is go see for ourselves, right? Just go to the bathhouse and see what Hina saw. It is a waste of time. Maybe, but there's no harm in it, right? If we don't find anything, that'll be the end of it. You're gonna go and try to see a ghost? Is that a really good idea? It might put a curse on you. You can wait here if you want. I don't want to be alone. Let me with you. What are you gonna do, Celeste?
There is nothing
I suppose I have no choice. What about you, Mr. Ishimaru? You gonna wait here? I guess that's a yes. was right here. So right here in the dressing room. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps.
Come on.
La la Cthulhu Facta. Shut up! Look if she does show up.
Hina, where is it you saw Chihiro's ghost?
Well, I heard a sound. When I opened the locker, I saw a kind of pale outline of Chihiro. Then we know what we need to check. So, is this the locker? There's something in here. Huh? Inside the locker is a laptop. What's something like that doing here? I remember seeing this. Oh, that's right, I saw it in the library before. It's like a laptop. Laptops are pretty old, it's all covered in dust.
So...
It's broken. Oh right, the one that I called Kyoko out on and saying, no, it might just be out of battery. Broken, too bad. But how did the laptop get from the library to here? And I guess it's in sleep mode, but the power is definitely on. Wait, but I thought it was broken. I would bet that Chihiro fixed it. After all, he was known as the ultimate programmer.
Then perhaps...
More importantly, Hina, you say you saw a green light, yes? Surely you did not mistake the light of the monitor for a ghost? I am surprised you were able to dress yourself in the morning.
Oh man, if I had love's clueless girl's attribute, I would have fallen in love big time just now. So glad I don't have it.
Well, I didn't really expect to find a freaking laptop inside a freaking locker, okay?
Hey, come on.
It's okay, I mean, no one can make a mistake like that. As a matter of fact, one time I thought I spied a grey alien. It turned out to be a tadpole. Don't compare what happens to me to one of your stupid delusions. Don't be mean. I was trying to make you feel better. What if I get all depressed forever now? But listen, isn't that really strange? What's this laptop doing in here?
In other words,
Maybe someone hid it here.
But
If that's the case, we found it pretty easy.
Wrong.
Whoever put it here, I don't think they were trying to hide it from us. What do you mean?
hey,
Haven't you noticed? There's one big difference between this room and all the others. There's a difference? There's no surveillance cameras.
yes, it's me.
Precisely. There's no camera in here, which means this is the one spot where the mastermind is blind. So you're saying someone put the laptop here and the mastermind wouldn't know about it?
It's true.
And what Hina saw wasn't the ordinary glow of a computer screen. It was the figure of Chihiro, shining pale green.
Hey,
I think it would be best if we investigated this laptop in a little more detail. Just like Kyoko said, the display isn't on, but the laptop only has power.
so then,
So first of all, we have to wake it up. Right. So hitting random buttons on the keyboard. And the display began to grow pale green. Well, it's blue, but whatever. There was a bunch of different icons on the desktop.
hey,
There's an icon on the far left. What is it? It says alter ego. Alter ego literally means another self, I believe. In the field of artificial intelligence, it is not uncommon to create different aspects of a personality. You can consider it something like a pen name.
Makoto.
Could you let me see it, Makoto? And with that, Kyoko moved between me and the computer. She moved the cursor over to alter ego's icon. And when she double-clicked it, the screen suddenly went dark. And then a voice spoke to us. Master, you're here. Chihiro's face appeared, taking up the entire display. It's a ghost! Buddha and sweet baby Jesus, save
Calm
me!
down.
Calm down. It's not a ghost. Huh? Then what is it?
Anyway,
I'm sure if we just talk to it, we'll find out. The type and blurring across the keyboard. What are you? And then? Hello. I always get so embarrassed introducing myself. That voice, the tone and everything. It's Chihiro.
I knew it.
Alter ego. I've heard about this kind of AI program, but I've never seen one for myself. AI program?
That's right.
And how Chihiro earned his title of Ultimate Programmer. The AI lives in a computer, and by repeating different tasks, it gains knowledge and grows bit by bit. Apparently Chihiro used a support vector machine and reinforcement learning to develop it. Eventually, he came up with a breakthrough in artificial intelligence design. Support vector machine, reinforcement learning.
It's true.
To put it simply, it's a learning method for computers.
You wanna know more? Just Google it, okay?
In other words,
Jeez. But if this AI continues to grow, it will become more than just a piece of software to help people. Some say that an AI like this might someday replace people. And that is why it's called Alter Ego. A fine choice then, I must say. It can create memories, have thoughts, and grow up. The process isn't much different from how humans work. If you were to raise your own AI, it would make perfect sense to refer to it as your alter ego.
I see.
A second perfect personality that can never forget or grow old. That's what Chihiro created. That's alter ego. Kyoko, how do you know so much about this?
Are you okay?
Anyway,
with
so he fixed the broken laptop and put his own program on there. That is what this means, yes? Then he brought the machine to this dressing room where the mastermind would not be able to see it.
But you know all about this about Master and whatnot? Yes, yes. I believe I'm on fire.
I thought you were only into 2D.
This is the most excellent 2D possible.
But he's a guy and also a computer program. Oh, that aspect is no problem. That aspect?
Anyway.
Let me talk to him a little more. Who typed away rhythmically. How much do you know about what's going on? Master only gave me the general idea, but I do know that things have become very grave. He found himself caught up in this without warning. Kyoko immediately shot out another question. Why are you here? Are you asking what Master had planned for me? Well, he wanted me to analyze the massive number of files stored on this laptop. I believe the files are related to the school, but the protection on them is surprisingly strong, so it's taken me a little longer than I thought. But here's what Master must have been thinking. The fact that the files are protected so tightly means they must contain some important secret. For example, perhaps the secret of this school. While I was busy struggling to make a sound, Kyoko pushed forward and asked her next question. How much longer until everything's unlocked? It's gonna be a while. But I'm definitely going to do it, just so you can leave it to me.
I see.
So, because of how long it would take, he designed Alter Ego to handle the workload. Smart. It also means that the work remains uninterrupted, even after his death. Once again, Kyoko typed quickly. Keep it up, but be careful not to let the mastermind notice you. Don't worry, I got a secret plan already, just in case. Actually, I can see what's going on using my built-in webcam. So if anyone suspicious shows up, I'll just scream for help real loud. It's a pretty basic plan, I have to say.
Yes.
That is fine during the day, but nighttime is a concern. Why?
Are you okay
Have you
with
forgotten? All the rooms are completely soundproof. Once we close our doors, he can scream as loud as he wants, we won't hear a thing. And how about once in nighttime, we each take turns guarding the dressing room?
this? However.
There's a good chance the mastermind would notice us all going in and out of the dressing room like that. Then what can we do?
So then.
Once nighttime comes, I'll leave my door to my room open. Then there's no way I'll miss the Alter Ego yelling. But if you leave your door open all night, then
It's true.
there's a chance I may become a victim myself. I know.
However.
But I'm not as weak as you may think. I wouldn't go down without a fight, I assure you. There's an undeniable strength in her voice when she said that. She was totally confident she would be okay. Their confidence was somewhat similar to Byakuya's tone, but at the same time different. Yeah, because she's confident, not cocky. She didn't say, I will win. She says, I won't go down without a fight. Like, she knows that she'd be putting herself in danger, but she's prepared to take that risk. There's a difference. Byakuya would just be like, oh, I'm indestructible. There's the difference. Yeah, it had an entirely different feel for sure. Like someone had been dropped into the battlefield versus someone who'd been born on the battlefield. Damn! I feel like it was a fundamental difference. So I pulled my thoughts by my voice suddenly emanating from the laptop. Would you mind if I asked a few questions? I haven't seen Master for a while. When you got here, I thought it was him, but is Master... For a split second, Kyoko seemed to not know what to do. But she recovered just as fast and quickly began typing. Her answer was clear, concise, direct. Chihiro is dead. Mondo killed him. I see. To be honest, I knew all along. I knew the chances that Master would survive this situation were very low. So, I was prepared for this moment. Somehow I feel kind of sorry for her. Can't even imagine how it must feel to lose your other self. It is a simple computer program. It does not have feelings. Are you sure about that?
Shall we go?
Anyway, that's enough for today. If we linger here too long, the mastermind will start to suspect something. And Kyoko typed one last sentence. I'll come back later. Yes, please do. It's a promise, okay? Bye-bye. The AI seemed totally different from when we first arrived. He seemed upbeat. Was it because he was following his programming, or could he actually be worried about us?
Could it be?
What's wrong, Hero?
No?
Oh, none. I was just wondering we might be able to get his laptop online. We could call for help from the outside. There's just a dressing room. You can get online from here.
Well,
If we take it out of here and find somewhere that does have online access.
That'd be way too dangerous. The mastermind would find out in no time.
Oh, yeah, true.
Indeed.
There's no time for taking needless risks. For now, I'll monitor the progress of the file analysis. I'm confident we'll uncover some kind of clue once it's finished. That feels like a detour more than anything else, but I suppose it can't be helped.
of course.
Well, for now all we can do is wait for Alter Ego to finish his work.
You know?
So, should we get going?
It's true.
Indeed. Goodbye.
We'll be back, I promise.
Can you stop being weird? Come on, Afumi, let's
I-
go.
Okay.
And we all left the dressing room. As soon as we got out the hall, Hina let out a joyful shout. Isn't it awesome? I ended up doing totally something awesome, right? As I've been waiting for his cue.
Dun-dun-dun-dun! Hina's gained enough experience to level up. So, what was that awesome something?
Monokuma.
You guys all seem remarkably good spirits. Did something happen?
No, nothing in particular.
Oh, keeping secrets? No fair. I demand an exclusive interview.
Denied, super denied.
What the heck?
Yeah, just because you demand something doesn't mean we have to do it.
Do it? You mean like do it? Do it?
Wait, what? What do you mean do it, do it?
Ew, gross. You said do it.
What? You just said it first. We were just talking about going to the bathhouse. We have had not a chance to relax in some time.
Huh?
But unfortunately, the bathhouse is not divided into men and women sections. So we decided to do rock, paper, scissors to decide which group would go first. Hina won the match for us, that is why we all are so pleased.
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of which, alright boys, when you head back to the dining hall or something, we're gonna take a nice long bath. Oh jeez, what are you gonna do, right, if we lost fair and square? Well ladies, shall we go? So I didn't hesitate in coming up with a ruse, and her poker face didn't even flinch. So she and the other girls head back into the dressing room.
Oh, nuts and damn it, we totally lost. Another day without getting to take my very first bath here.
Yeah, but tomorrow for sure. We're gonna get in that bath tomorrow. Okay, so should we head back to the dining hall now?
Hold on! Something strange here. Very strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
What's strange is the perfect chance for you to sneak a peek.
Huh? That's... You're absolutely right. I thought you all about the 2D.
All of you need to shut up, sit down, and listen to what I have to say. An opportunity like this doesn't come along very often. It's the ideal setting of a man's fantasy.
I was forced to ask myself, should I sneak into the bathhouse like Monokuma said, or should I quietly go back to the dining hall? No, I I never got that item. I never got man's fantasy. You know what, at the end of this playthrough, I'll load up my main file and we'll see if we can twig it. Remember, start chapter 3. I always forget what chapter it's on, but it's chapter 3. So at the start of chapter 3, I'll skip along and get back to this point after we've done the playthrough. Does that sound fair? Is that good enough for you guys? Don't treat the girls like that. Let's head back to the dining hall.
What?
What?
What about your man's fantasy?
I'm not sure a real man's fantasy should be spying on girls and stuff. It should be more about your hopes, or your dreams of adventure or whatever. But anyway, I'm not going to spy on them.
I see. I can't even describe my bitter disappointment. That primo fan service could have been yours.
We headed back to the dining hall, leaving Monokuma standing there alone. But to be honest, even if I was a little reluctant to turn down the offer, Goto.
Fantasy.
It's
Fantasy,
like-
my fantasy.
Well, I guess you dig the real thing just like any other guy, huh?
The only reason I care is because it's good reference for creating figurines. A real live woman is useless to me, but maybe looking at their naked form might be okay, maybe.
No way.
If the girls heard you say that, we'd all be dead meat for sure. Meanwhile, the buzzing of a busy voices growing louder. The girls had finished their baths and joined us in the dining hall.
You got it.
Ah, man, what a nice bath.
This is fine.
Getting a chance to stretch out and relax after all this time was a true pleasure.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Of course.
Normally, after a long bath, I like to make myself a nice protein coffee, but... Sorry, no time for that.
Ugh, that's what I figured.
Huh?
Actually,
We were just saying in the bath how it's been about time for you to put up something.
Because
Seeing how happy we are, an evil little monster like you would never let that last for long.
You're all so terrible to me. You were so cold and mean, even if I got presents for you all.
Presents.
Now, if I got your attention. Woo-hoo-hoo. Then let's head to the gym, where your presents await. No questions, no dilly-dallying, get a move on, and everything will become clear.
oh,
What is it? What are you scheming this time?
it would seem
He's probably going to repeat the same thing again, providing us with a motive to get things moving.
huh?
Again, I don't want to. I don't want to do this anymore. Me either. Like, I'm totally traumatized.
However,
It's okay. We have alter ego. I'm sure he'll find something that'll help us. So for now,
correct.
we have to just endure it, come what may. Oh, and hello. With heavy feet, we made our way to the gym. When we arrived, there's already someone waiting for us.
What?
To be kept waiting by the likes of you. Huh, rest assured, if we had access to firearms, you'd all be dead. Yakia, did you get here early? Did you forget how to walk? Is that why you're late? It's simple. Right foot, left foot, right foot. The same as always, I see. Her, on the other hand.
What the hell?
Oh, she's back to her Debbie Downer self, huh? I heard what sounded like a sneeze, and she was back to her old self.
She goes from maniac to depressive whenever she sneezes. Seems kind of late to add that into the mix.
Why does everyone keep making fun of me?
I hope you'll win the lottery and then get hit by a bus.
Ah,
So when you want to say something mean, then you can talk, huh? Anyway, looks like everyone's here.
so then.
Which means...
You guys?
It looks like everyone's here. Oh, so then, let's get started.
What?
Come on, out with it. What kind of motive have you prepared for us this time?
However,
Whatever you subject us to, we will not break. Yeah, that's right. We're not gonna lose to you ever again.
come on.
Oh, you don't have to get so defensive. Calm down. I've decided to change things up a bit this time. Up till now, I've been using the whoosh of the north wind to get you all moving. But sometimes you gotta use the sun to light a fire under someone's butt.
Without further ado, I give you this! $10 million! I've prepared this graduation present for whichever lucky student makes it out of here alive. What do you think? It's 10 million bucks! 10 million smackaroos! It's like totally wowie, wow, wow, am I right?
So that's the motive you prepared, is it? $10 million is not nearly enough.
It's true.
When it comes to motives, money certainly is the gold standard, so to speak. Whether it's in a mystery novel or the real world. But there's no way we'd kill each other for money.
Of course.
She's right. You cannot simply purchase a person's life. You can say 10 million or however much, I don't give a crap, I'm serious. Yeah, they're all right. Whether it's 10 million or any other amount of money, no, even if it's just money, from now on, no matter what you do, we won't kill our friends.
Come on, stop trying to act tough. The most important thing is to live a pure and moral communal life.
Monokuma disappeared, leaving his words on stage along with the massive sum of money. There's nothing to worry about, right? Nobody would kill a friend for money, right? How quickly you've forgotten the lesson from last time. You can't judge others by your own standard.
Yeah, there might be someone who's having money problems.
Personally, I've earned over $1 million for my gambling efforts. My life is comfortable.
Ifumi, what about you? I'm a super popular content creator. I don't have any problem making enough money to buy my comics and DVDs.
Just stop. Pressing others about their personal finances is ugly.
Ugly?
Don't worry. Either way, whatever's going to happen will happen without warning. This is the nature of this game.
Soon the door. Okay then.
It's that time already, huh?
Hey,
Before we separate, let me remind you, starting tonight, I'll be leaving my room door open to make sure nothing happens to Alter Ego. But just because my door is open, don't assume that will make me an easy target. Or the predator may suddenly find itself the prey. Her voice was calm and composed, but it was clear she meant what she said.
You know?
Okay. Let's everyone just head back to our rooms.
How about that?
And don't think about the whole money thing, got it? Good, and let's break. That was pretty good, right, Taka? Right. Every time. As soon as I was back in my room, I crawled into bed. Money? There's no way we're going to get anyone to kill anyone else. I told myself that, but deep in my heart, I was still troubled. After all, I thought the same thing last time about having our secrets revealed. Even if the reason for this seems completely nonsensical, a murder can still happen. That's the lesson we learned, but this time it's different, I'm sure of it. Because of the program Chihiro left behind, Alter Ego, we finally have some small hope to grasp onto. As long as we have that, then I'm sure.
Little kids have it so easy. Because they get to put little in front of their name, and right off the bat everyone thinks they're cute. Well fine then, I want everyone to start calling me Little Monokuma. See, just by adding that, my cuteness goes up by at least like 10%, right? Yeah, the world doesn't have nearly enough littles. More littles would lead to the salvation of the world. Just imagine, little arsonist, little war criminal, little destruction of the environment. Little hit and run, little death tax, little Great Depression, even the darkest subjects.
Suddenly become brighter. Our dreams are expanding, ding, ding.
Yep, and out the usual. Well, that's it. I guess we're back to the dining hall. Good morning, Sakura. Did you just wake up? Yeah. Waking up for a breakfast meeting is fine, of course, but getting up a little early is better. You can exercise in your room till nighttime ends. A big meal after working up a sweat is divine. What about you, Hina? How are you feeling?
Hey, Makoto.
Hey, morning, Makoto. Good morning. You're kind of sweaty. Have you been exercising? Yup, me and Sakura are doing our morning workout. Oh, but I didn't break our nighttime promise. I just ran around my room till it ended. Why don't you come with us next time? I think I can keep up with you and Sakura. Seriously? Okay, then we'll do something in the rec room. I'm not good at much, but I do know how to play Othello. I'm not very good at that either, though. I don't like to think when I'm playing, so... fair. I am also no thoughts head empty when I'm trying to play. To be fair, in general, I'm just not good at Othello. I can play it. I know enough to play it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to win. And it's entirely because the most important part isn't the game, it's the strategy. If you don't have a good strategy going into it, it's the same with a lot of board games like it.
Well, hello.
You can know how to play it to like the nth degree, understand every single rule and every single tactic and what they are, but if you don't have the strategy to put them together, you're never fucking winning. And that's where my loophole is. I have no ability to strategize in those board games, so I just get fucked. I just go, yeah, sure, I'll move that piece. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Oh, I've lost. Oh, good morning. Morning. Actually, it's a great morning. A morning that's blessed my entire future. Really? Feels like any other morning to me. Maybe you can't tell, but my soul is positively overflowing with strawberries today. Well, I'm off. That was bizarre. I mean, even for him.
Could it be?
So the people here today are the same as yesterday, just our 7. Byakuya and Toko are a lost cause, but just like Tako decided to stop coming for good too. Is he just like given up? The people wound as tight as he is. When you snap hard. Wish there was some way to make him better. On another topic, Kyoko, did everything go alright last night?
Indeed.
Yeah, I didn't have any problems.
Correct.
I went and checked on the laptop a little ago, but there weren't any problems there either, but Kyoko seemed to hesitate. But it's related to this case, so I suppose I should be blunt.
Anyway.
I have to make a new rule. Using alter ego without permission is prohibited. Someone going in and out of the dressing room would draw unwanted attention from the mastermind.
Oh,
I would have thought that would have been obvious. Why do we need to make a rule about it?
wow.
That's a good question.
Hey.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Hifumi?
Oh.
Oh no, it was just that you said we need to be very careful.
Huh?
Whatever, let's just hurry up and eat. We don't have time to stand around flapping our lips.
Jeez, what are you taking like a pissed off drill sergeant all of a sudden? We ate breakfast in a rush and headed back to our rooms. Alright, free time, so you know what that means. We're going to the shop though, to try and get decent stuff. And by that I mean we're going to try and get stuff for Celeste, because I want to try and max out her report card. So I don't think I actually maxed out anyone's report card in Dangan 1 on my blind playthrough, so I'd like to max out at least someone's, and then it'll probably be all on the Kyoko train. Again, because I can't help myself. And it would just be if we max out Kyoko as well, I'll just start kind of freeballing, see if we can get any new skills. Anyway, it's a 50-50 chance of getting something we recognise. We'll just get Man's Fantasy now, like immediately after it doesn't matter anymore. I hope we're all doing well. I'm gonna be honest, the weather has been so brutal. I actually didn't sleep that well last night. I usually sleep really well when it's raining, but when it's like high wind, super rain as well, it just makes a lot of background noise. So I just kept on waking up throughout the night. Hey, we got another antique doll, so that's something easy. And immediately we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go and find Celeste. I think she moves to the rec room. Yeah, she goes straight up to the rec room. Who's in these classrooms? Oh, they're just staying out the way, got it. I'll save. case I fucked something up. Hey Celeste, it's me
Did
again.
you need something?
Well, if it isn't a D rank for Koto, something the matter?
This is fine.
Well then, shall we do a bit of conversation? But don't misunderstand, I've no affection for you on a personal level.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Some time with Celeste. Since I grew a little closer today, I had to give her a present. Where's that antique doll? Yeah, because we won't have either of them. The earmuffs. Where is it? Oh, no, I went straight over it. Whoops, there we go.
Well,
So I can have this? I may have to revise my initial impression of you. The more wonderful things I receive from you, the better impression I get.
I'm finally here. Lies. Yeah, you are, man. Hope you're doing well. To give you the rundown of what you missed, Hina, as in Aoi, thought she saw a ghost. It turned out to be a laptop screen. That laptop that I called Kyoko out on for just maybe being out of power and not broken, turned out was right. It was, you know, just out of power. But Chihiro, being the ultimate programmer, before she died, or he or she, your preference, I suppose, being the ultimate programmer, hacked in an AI version of themselves. Right, yeah, that's fine, dude. Don't worry. Hacked in an AI version of themselves. So we've got an AI Chihiro on a laptop, and we're keeping it in the bathhouse because it's the only room in the entire building that doesn't have a camera in it. So they're keeping them there to try and make it so the mastermind isn't aware of the fact that there's an AI program. And we're hoping that Chihiro will slowly but surely be able to uncover some secrets throughout the laptop that might give us a hint as to what's going on. We also found a picture of Mondo, Leon, who's from Case 1, and Chihiro, like, happy together and like in an open school. Like, you know, the window's not barred up, implying that they knew each other from before the school. I know what that all means, but it's just getting you caught up on, like, the bigger mystery of the case. And now we're on the free time events, on the in-betweens, because that's where it's kind of been left. Oh, and also, Taka, after losing his bro Mondo, is, like, borderline catatonic. Like, he's not saying anything. Seeing Celeste agree to my game, it makes me happy.
Mr. Makoto Naegi,
What's with the formality?
let's see.
well, you see, I was hoping we could talk, just the two of us. Could you come to my room, please?
Your room?
Indeed.
I will be waiting.
What am I supposed to make of this? Find me to a room all of a sudden. You seemed almost shy. No, I must have just imagined it. Little Celeste asked and headed straight to her room right away.
I am so happy.
Oh, I'm glad you came, Makoto.
So this is Celeste's room. Anyway, what's going on? Why'd you ask me to come here?
Actually,
I received the results.
Results?
The child growing in my belly, it's yours.
wait, sorry, wrong results. You can't just say stuff like that! Discussion. Hurting people I don't wish to hurt. Fair enough, dude.
Congratulations, you've moved up a rank. You are now C rank.
C rank?
actually,
Oh, I have a habit of ranking those around me.
What kind of habit is that?
The most common is D rank. I have no interest in D rank.
Most everyone in this school
Fits into that category. The worst is F rank. If you're F rank, I pay a special organization to have you killed. Your very existence is unforgivable.
And she's joking. It doesn't sound like she's joking, but I hope she's joking.
Conversely, the very best is A rank. But among everyone I've ever met, across all countries, I have never even found a B rank, let alone A.
this is fine.
So being promoted to C rank is a very great honor.
I see.
Also, when you become C rank, you gain the right to become my official servant, a knight.
Wow, I had no idea.
Indeed.
I have knights all across the world. They're all quite obedient. I recommend you take me up on this offer. If you do your very best as a knight, becoming the first B rank may very well be within your grasp. Perhaps even A rank.
This is like Celeste's most beat around the bush way of saying she's at least vaguely interested in us. Like, this is the most beat around the bush way.
I can't be sure, but I feel you may have the potential.
It's like you have a crush, admit it. I can never tell how much of what she says is a lie and how much is the truth. But after talking to her so much, like, maybe we understand each other a little better.
So as a knight, please be prepared to give your life for me.
I haven't actually decided yet.
Shit.
I mean, you can't have my guard down around her. I guess I call her my friend, but this is one friend I need to be careful with. I don't see that changing anytime soon. I think confuse Chunibyo. Yeah. Celeste's report card's been updated. more skill points, and I believe we've maxed her out. I left Celeste's room exhausted and dragged myself back to my own room. Still got some time to do. Oh, ding dong. Who wants to see me? Looks like someone's here. Let me just double check. I think... yeah, there's a star next to Celeste's name, so that means we've maxed her out. That's the end of her report card. So in the later games, they make it clearer, like how the ranking system works. But because this was their first rodeo with it, they kind of freeball it. And so Celeste had that many events, but like Junko, who like dies in the first case, only has like 2 or 3. You know, Chihiro doesn't have that many. My favorite one, when I 100%ed this game off screen, Hiro's final rank, he invites you to his room, and he says, man, I gotta be honest with you, man. I'm in deep debt. Is it possible I can convince you to let me cut out one of your unneeded organs so I can sell it? And like, I'm not kidding, his last rank. He's like, can I like surgically remove an organ you don't need so I can sell it to pay off my debts? And I'm just like, no! So come on, man, I thought we were friends. I'm not kidding, that's the last rank of his report card. I was beside myself when I got there. You're a best boy. Well, like Mondo, he promises he'll teach you how to ride a bike. He says he won't make you like actually be a part of the gang, because he knows it's a dangerous life, but he'll let you be like an honorary member or like an honorary guest when he gets out, sort of thing, which is kind of cute. But some of the blokes, like social links, so to speak, are really good. Like some of them are actually better than the girls. It's just the girls are obviously the one that most people turn to immediately. Kyoko's is a good one as well, because you actually get to see a side of Kyoko you usually don't. You actually get to see her be a smidge shy, or you get to see her be a smidge like happy and things like that, instead of just always just the deadpan. Hina's the only one who comes blatant with it. If you go through all the social links, like Hina is the only one who straight up gets a crush on the main character and kind of half admits it. Mondo murdered his brother. No, Mondo drove recklessly and his brother sacrificed himself to get in, but that reckless driving makes it arguably Mondo's fault for having to step in, but I don't see it that way. I think Mondo carried guilt he shouldn't have had to carry, and it just pushed him into a dark place. But Hina's the only one that will actually like admit she has a crush on Makoto and be like very like romantically involved if you go through her rank. Everyone else is just kind of friendly. I say that, Kyoko, there's implication at the end, but that's because they're setting shit up. They're setting shit up for later, that they're kind of teasing that maybe, just maybe. I say that, Junko's and, where is she? Sayaka's, both of their social links, that's like report cards, kind of accidentally either like foreshadow their deaths or tease towards some parts of the bigger picture, because you're less likely to see them on your first playthrough. It's only in like the free play mode, because once you beat the game you're in like a free play mode where you can just grind out social links in many forms, and one of them being honest with yourself and others. Yeah, if he had just talking to Chihiro back honestly after Chihiro like bled their heart back to him, I think it would have solved a lot of problems. But because Mondo had brought it up so much, he didn't know what to... Oh, hello, Taka. Taka. Hi. So I haven't slept a wink, huh? Is it true? Can I really see Chihiro? You mean alter ego? He's still alive? No, not quite. Let me see. I want to talk to him. To Taka? The way he is now, there's no way I could explain what's going on to him. Kyoko said we're not allowed to use alter ego, but even so, can't just leave him here like this. Okay, why don't we get going? Taka okay? No, he's been in a near catatonic state ever since Mondo's death. He's not taking it well. Mondo and Chihiro, where they bond over their sense of weaknesses. What I could think of, it could be a relationship. Yeah, in the spin-off, there's a spin-off that's basically like a board game called like Summer Beach Party, and in the Summer Beach Party, because it's not canon, they make it so every single character across the entire series gets to be involved with it, and so they let scenes that couldn't happen in the main games happen between them, and they have a lot of scenes of Chihiro and Mondo talking through their shit. It's basically, if you wanted the happy endings, the non-canon spin-off is where you're going to get it. You just have to play, you just have to be decent or patient with Monopoly. Because that's basically what that is. It's Monopoly with extra steps. But yeah, this is how Taka has been since the moment, since the morning after Mondo died. He's been not sleeping and near catatonic. To Chihiro, take me. Uh-oh, the person who told us you can't just go visit Alter Ego whenever you want.
Just a second.
Where are you going?
Hey.
Probably best if you don't drag him around with you too much, given his current condition. Giga looked at Taka standing behind me. Yeah, I know that. I was getting kind of hungry. I thought we could get to the dining hall or warehouse or something.
Correct.
Well then, I guess that's okay. I thought I saw a brief flicker of doubt, but maybe it's just my imagination. You know, Kyoko's too smart. She absolutely knows when you're like... Can I help you? Is that Toko? What are you two up to? Oh, don't tell me you're gonna... Having lost his new brother, Taka is ripe for the taking, so Makoto swoops in to steal him away. Why, I'm on fire! I severely regretted talking to Genocide Jack, even if by accident. But that doesn't matter right now. Have you seen Byakuya? No. Oh, good heavens, my love is being pushed to the limit. I must feel bad for him. My old man. Gonna munder off to my old man's party. Yeah, fair. Because that's what it is, he just bottled it all up permanently. And then it just, you know, capsized at the worst possible moment for Mondo, and then everything happened. Jill is my everything. He's like, that's your favourite character. You should get Ultra Despair Goals. Dude, you should get that spin-off. The only canon spin-off. The, because it's a third-person shooter, but, the two main characters are Kamaru, or, Makoto's younger sister, and Toko. And Toko, she's now, yes. And, Toko, her entire thing is that, you know, you get to see both sides of her. But in gameplay, you literally press triangle and you bring out Genocide Gel, and it turns into a hack and slash. But it's weird the way they handle it with Toko. It's basically, she's like a special mode. It's like you have to build up meter playing the game normally, and then when the meter's maxed out, you can use it almost like a devil trigger. It's just that she's invincible, does insane damage, and, you know, said it is a hack and slash. But if you use her, I think it's more than like 5 times in a single mission, it will punish your rank slightly. So you're only supposed to use it in like critical situations. If you use it all the time, it like punishes your rank. But I say that Ultra Despair Goals is the shortest game in the series, it being a third-person shooter spin-off and not a mystery game. And I only failed to get the best rank on one mission on my blind playthrough. And even then, it was just because there was one puzzle I wanted to get right, so I kept on resetting at it. It's a PC version. So human with that fight. She also has a really weird... there's a point in the game where Kamaru and Toko get into a disagreement and end up fighting, and it leads to a boss fight with you playing as Kamaru against Toko. But Toko is this genocide form, but the genocide form, there's implication in the boss fight. She actually has no intention of trying to hurt you. She's just trying to get you to stop disagreeing with her. So she doesn't attack you, she just swings at you close enough to make it look like she is. And what I mean by this is that in the fight, the longer the fight goes on and the more you get hit, instead of taking health damage, more of Kamaru's clothes get torn. To such an extent, you can literally have her just be in her underwear in the end. And it's like, so you kind of get humiliated into failure instead of actually losing health, because she doesn't want to actually hurt you. So you get both fan service and it makes sense to the story. Jill, what's here? You cannot kill me, I am Omega. To be fair, Ultra Despair Girls has a banging soundtrack. It's got the weirdest soundtrack of the lot. And I can't stress that enough. You listen to like the game's main theme, and you're like, what the hell am I listening to? It's like a little beat, and it's just a dude going, yeah, 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 da 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 ba ba boo, da 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 ba ba boo, and you're like, what the fuck? Who's this whispering in my ear? But I just wish that game wasn't recording blocked on PlayStation beyond the prologue. The game's messed up, but it's super fun, and I wish I could have streamed the whole thing. It's the most like genuinely most fucked up game of the series, easily. The opening, you said? Just the game's main theme, not the OP. Actually, I can find it and just put it in the live chat. 1 second. UDG OST. Hang on. Copy link. There you are. Yeah, that's the absolute. That is the track I was after. Okay, so there's a laptop inside the locker. Understand? I mean, laptop's a program called Alter Ego. How do I talk to him? Oh, well, you just tell me what you want to say, and I'll type it in for you. Do you hate Mondo? As I couldn't stop him. Do you hate me? It was clear he was forcing himself to get the words out. From his mouth, from the bottom of his heart, he forced his weakened voice to make the sounds. Please. Okay. The question exactly as Taka had asked them. And then? Do you hold yourself responsible? If Master... Genre shift for a game. Yeah, UDG as a whole has a weird-ass soundtrack, but I kind of like it. That's a good talk. In fact, the whole game is a weird genre shift, to be fair. So it's a third-person shooter with tie-ins to 1 and 2. It was the first time in the series you had a female protagonist, and to be fair, I still think Kamara is one of the better protagonists of the series. I think Kamara is great because she reacts reasonably and realistically to the situation. She's genuinely scared at first and has to find her footing and find her confidence. But I also love the fact that she's hyper fucking competitive. Like, one of the demon kids will, like, challenge her to something, and instead of listening to Toko just saying, it's just some kids, just ignore them, she goes, no, I accept your challenge, every time without fail, because she can't help herself. Lionsgate with Lions Embrace OST is weird as fuck, too. Let's go talk right now. I think this is what he would say. Please live your life for the both of us. It's impossible for me now, but you can still survive and escape. All of you. Hey, Taka. But saying more and quickly close my mouth. The one asking those questions is Taka, right? Analysing all available data, that's the only conclusion I can come to. Master told me how close Taka and Mondo had become, so it must be why he feels responsible. The screen suddenly went dark, and when it appeared next was...
Stop fucking around.
You're not letting yourself get crushed under the weight of that responsibility, are you?
Yo.
A man's only worth as much as the load he can carry. You get it, right, bro? Hell, what am I saying? Of course you do. That's... I'm sorry if I startled you. That was my attempt at a simulation, using the data about Mondo that Master had given me. I figured if Taka was depressed, that's the kind of thing Mondo would have said to him.
Yo.
So you're just gonna stand there, huh? Just wait for things to get better? Just take your time and get all depressed. Take your time and indulge your regrets. You might even start walking again without realizing it. Sure, that kind of mediocre thinking might work for some people. But if I said it was that kind of condescending tone... Taka? Taka, it's starting to sink in. The way a bucket full of water sinks into a bone-dry sponge. Huh? Those words. Deep within my heart. They're inside of me. Taka! Who the fudge is Taka? Your eyes. Don't worry about it. Guess I caused some kind of sensor. Shoot, man. And your voice. I'm a new me. I'm totally stuffed with fighting spirit now, you dumb butt. Okay, Taka, calm down. I am calm, and don't call me Taka. That's not my name anymore. I'm me! I am me! So I let out a bone-chilling howl and ran out of the room. Hey, Taka, hold on! And I took off after him. Someone stood in my way. As if tagging Taka out, she was brickly into the dressing room. Yeah, to tell me off. Almost immediately. You said she's gonna absolutely bollock the shit out of me.
Just a second.
What do you think you're doing? Kyoko! Oh, this
Enough
is just...
already.
Don't go around doing whatever you feel like. It causes problems. And not just for me, for everyone. Sorry.
Correct.
If you're really sorry, you'll get out of here, now. Okay. Finally, I headed back to my room, embarrassed and sullen. Yeah, okay, me, chill. Yeah, Taka has evolved into Super Taka. But what's with Taka's sudden freakout? I'm sorry, worried about him. Into Kyoko. I've got to see how that's my problem. When Kyoko made it a rule that no one go into the bathhouse like outside of like nightly checks or whatever. Because if they do, Monokuma might start to catch on that we're hiding something in there. So us just waltzing in, me and Taka bolting out, that could just make it more suspicious, which could raise more problems. So that's why Kyoko came and told us off. Anyway, nighttime announcement. It's nighttime already. Just have to wait till tomorrow to figure out Taka's whole thing. Then have time to sleep.
You want to know why I hate video games?
Ironic.
You might not believe this, but I had a best friend once. Actually, he was my only friend, but unlike me, he had all kinds of friends.
Yeah, they're Kuma knows.
So me and him were at his house one day, when a big group of guys showed up to hang out. They just brought the latest big budget video game. They said they'd lost in a game. They said they're lost in the game, passing the code back and forth for hours, but not me. I just sat there watching. That's right, I watched! What's wrong with that? I didn't care. Just by watching, I was able to nail down all their best strategies. Even though I never actually played it.
And I don't plan on ever playing it in the future either.
It's, like I said, it's always interesting, like I said, knowing that the voice behind Monokuma, like the actual mastermind, is a woman. Because then you get to like recontextualize all these little things. It's like she was like that, but you know, she had one guy friend, she's like, yeah, sure, bring your friends around, play video games. And then none of them let her play. That's almost definitely what happened, and so she just got it just annoyed her. So she hyper studied everything, but equally she was too annoyed to ever actually pick up the controller to challenge them on it. So she just hyper analyzed all their strategies in whatever game they played. The little things, you know. Saying a bunch of words, but literally saying nothing. Yeah, almost all the Monokuma theaters are just random gibberish Monokuma makes up. Some of them get randomly philosophical, but that's more the sequels. Or they get more, like, weird. V3 is a good example of what I mean. Some of the ones in V3... Let's play that joke. Yeah. Some of the ones in V3 genuinely are just nonsense. And that's kind of the point. He's a valley girl, yeah, true.
Get ready.
Alright, I need to hurry up and get to the dining hall. Need to tell everyone what happened with Taka yesterday. Oh, I think they're gonna know. I don't think I'm gonna need to explain anything. I'm just gonna walk in and like they'll just say, it's like, who's Super Saiyan over there? Oh, hey, hero.
You know?
Yo, I've been waiting. Huh? You the only one here? Where's everyone else? They went on ahead. Ahead? So where? We can talk about it later. For now, let's go take a bath. Bath?
Oh, someone help!
Ifumi, what's going on? So fired up, he burns the sauna.
Makoto saved me! I never asked you for anything, but I'm asking now.
What happened?
She's trying to kill me.
Ifumi pointed at... Kyoko's trying to kill you? Kyoko, what's going on? I never said I was going to kill him. I simply asked him a question. I'd like to know why he made the same mistake twice. The same mistake? What did he do?
So...
He snuck into the dressing room in the middle of the night and accessed Alter Ego without permission. And when I caught him last night, he was hugging the laptop and breathing strangely. Oh, Ifumi, what are you doing? I thought I made myself clear yesterday, but since being subtle didn't work,
Listen to me.
I suppose I have to clarify myself further.
Ah, please don't kill me!
Wrong.
I'm not going to kill you, merely instruct you.
How very... What?
I just want to hear him explain himself. Oh, Jesus Christ, alright. Hey, what's Celeste got to say?
Honest.
I have an idea what he was getting up to, but just ridiculous. He was being a creep, that's what was happening. It's okay, Kyoko, if you like punch him really fucking hard, we will look the other way. Pretty good idea what the film has been getting up to. Yeah, like everyone kind of knows what this little fuck's been doing. Ifumi, could you tell me what happened?
Well, I was just talking.
However...
Which was prohibited, was it not?
I mean, you see, talking to her was just so much fun, and I just...
Well, okay, time out. I can't believe I'm about to ask this, but... Ifumi, You're not gonna tell us you fell in love or something, are you?
That's I, the cold-blooded killing machine of the underworld, who could ever fall in love. That's... Wait, no way. Is this love?
According to the
I happened to do a psychic reading for a certain famous CEO once, and that guy was seriously head over heels for a mannequin. He had a wedding and everything.
How about that?
And your eyes just now? I saw the same look in his eyes.
Shut up! She's not a mannequin, she's an angel!
I feel
And don't bother telling me angels exist. What we have can't be defined by your petty words.
Yep, you're totally in love. How do things end up like this?
Well, at the beginning, I just wanted to hear her say master one more time. But then I was poking around at her settings and stuff, and saw that she was a well-designed program. And I was like, how can I say? It was the first time I've ever been able to talk like that with a normal girl.
But she's definitely not a normal girl.
Ever since, even when all we did was talk about hobbies and stuff, she wasn't annoyed or disgusted or anything.
Your stories are so interesting, Ifumi. Come on, tell me more. I want to learn anything you have to teach me. Yes, because she's an AI. It's not that she's actually interested. She's just interested in gaining new information. And interested in the right word. She's just a computer program absorbing information.
It's the first time a girl's ever said anything like that to me. Besides my mom, I mean.
Hey.
Your mom says stuff like that to you? Oh, that's kind of amazing all by itself. Even here, it's like, fuck, even your mom actually liked you? Fuck.
That's why I was just so happy. It was so much fun. And before I knew it, I found myself, liking her. Her face, her personality, her voice, even her keyboard.
Well,
Even her keyboard? I think you may have misunderstood the situation, Hifumi.
are you okay
Alter
with this?
Ego is not interested in who you were, it is interested in what you knew. It is an artificial intelligence, it exists to learn. Of course it wanted to hear the things it did not know. You are an expert in many things Chihiro could not have been taught about. For what that is worth.
Honestly.
Alter Ego wants that information, that is all.
I know that.
I know. I mean, I don't know that, but still. I think it's totally hopeless at...
You gotta be freaking kidding me. Uh-oh.
F you.
Hey, you jerks! I'm sitting here, listening to you guys jibber-jabber on about whatever.
Yo.
Oh, Taka, you back? Who the hell's Taka? You? Listen up, I'm me. Got it?
What the hell?
You're... who?
What?
Don't bullcrap me, isn't it obvious? I am Kiyotaka and Mondo. I am like Kyondo, I guess. I'm gonna stick a banana up your tailpipe. What the heck kind of fusion is this? That's not how parasocial relationships work. What happened to you, Taka? Actually, something what happened the day before. So because of what Alter Ego said to him. Are you sure it's Alter Ego's fault? Maybe Mondo's ghost showed up and possessed her. Ghost? No, there's no such thing. What are you all whining about? Come on. Kyondo. God, you're really cheesing me off. Hey, Ifumi.
Yes?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're thinking, but bro belongs to me. Huh?
Yeah.
Alter Ego. He's an exact copy of the one who gave me my soul back. And I'm not gonna let anyone else have him ever again, you fudging idiot.
I'm afraid I can't allow that.
What?
I can't withdraw, Mr. Ishimaru. Since I have this opportunity, let me say this right now. Destiny has bound me and her together in an accordion knot of true love.
Well, me and him have been melded together in the white-hot heat of friendship. Yeah, sure, friendship is what it is between these two. Friendship is the exact word I would use, of course. Hey, come on, you guys. Moron, talk to me and I'll ram my fist right into all four of your vital points.
Well, I punch at the speed of sound, and I don't have any arm hair, so there's no drag.
Enough already.
Knock it off, both of you.
Hey,
This doesn't belong to any one person. Chihiro left him with all of us. We can use him to finally gain access to vital clues. Kyoko's right. If anyone dares to disturb our peace any further, they'll have to deal with me.
anyway.
Until Alter Ego has finished his work, don't do anything weird. Have I made myself clear? I can't hear you.
Yes!
Yeah.
Got it.
So then,
Okay then let's get out of here. We can't afford to linger too long. Are you sure it's okay to let them off with a warning?
indeed.
Yes, I have a plan. It'll be fine. I'd be more worried if someone tells you off and someone else goes, is that what you're gonna do? You're not gonna do any more? And that person then responds with, I have a plan? I would be terrified. You know that one episode of Fresh Prince where, I doesn't narrow it down and say Will gets in trouble, but it's like one episode that Will gets in trouble and Uncle Phil, says, oh, I'm going to think of a very special punishment for you. I'm going to work it up. I don't know what I'm going to do, though. But until I do think of what it is, why don't you worry about it? be afraid, Will. Like, that's what that reminds me of. That, like, that's what Kyoko just did. He went, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with you two yet, but whilst I think about it, be afraid. After watching Ifumi and Taka leave dejected, we'll head back to our rooms. Good morning. Because of anything that's happened, I'm tired already. Anyway, to pull myself together. What should I do the rest of my day? Right. Oh, I gave her the coffee last time. Bracelet. 3 cherry blossom bouquets. Revolver us all over again. And that was, let me just double check, that was one of the things that Kyoko liked. Yes, it is one of the things Kyoko liked. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Kyondo roll. Yeah. Kyondo's going through, you see, I'm just still going to keep on talking Taka, really. But, Taka's going through his own character development in his own way. And something that is a bit of a fucking curse in this series is that Chapter 3s have a habit of having characters go through character developments that unfortunately get to go nowhere. And you'll see what I mean as it goes on. The director of this series genuinely has a problem with doing mid-games. It's like, it's every single game he's directed, like the middlemost chapter is always kind of awkward or off. Where? Kyoko, where the hell are you hiding? You're going crazy, right? She said she was... Where the hell are you? What, we're playing hide and seek, Kyoko? Hi! Hey! What's the matter? You're keeping an eye on me? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone. I want to talk to you.
It's true.
I was just about to head to the dining hall to get something to drink. You want to come with me? Went to the dining hall and drank some tea with her. And when we came straight back here, Kyoko got and grew a little closer to Gay. Yeah, just give her some flowers. Well, it's way down here, huh?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. This really means a lot to me. Who would have thought, huh? The stone cold, like straight to the point Kyoko. It gets all embarrassed over getting some flowers. Seeing Kyoko's peaceful I gave her makes me happy. Oh, Kyoko. How do you stay so calm, Kyoko?
What?
Calm? I mean, you never lose your cool. You never show emotion. You say that like I'm some kind of inhuman beast. And there's that grin. I love that smile. No, I didn't mean it like that.
Hey.
Well, I am human, and I do have emotions. I simply keep it to myself. I don't shove it in the face or in my voice. You make it sound that's easier than it is, especially with these kinds of circumstances.
That's what we have to
Well,
do.
you should consider trying. Your naive honesty makes you an easy target. You keep saying things like that, it's kind of irritating. Maybe I can say to get a reaction out of her.
In other words,
Protect against deception, and you'll never allow others to read your emotions. And whoever stands before you, don't let them push you around.
correct.
Remember that. And that's why you hide your own feelings. But it's such a waste. Your smile is just cute. Hiding behind that mask is such a waste. Bright smile is way better.
That's...
What are you talking about? Like, because like, shut the fuck up.
What?
Cute. It might be too soon to be bringing up things like that. Oh, so I got to show you a hint of emotion, didn't I? What? You, Makoto,
Can't
you deceived me?
What?
Wait, I didn't believe this. You used the word cute to deceive someone. That's just too cruel. Sorry, I just got carried away, but still, I did deceive you, but it's not like it was a total lie. Do you see how easily you yourself are deceived? Huh?
Hey,
You would never just come out and call someone cute like that. Completely out of character. You thought I wouldn't pick up on such an obvious ploy? What, you mean... Oh, I thought I tricked you, but I was the one getting tricked. Watch yourself, Makoto. You're honest to a fault. And with that, she was gone. The most formidable opponent. And that's why I love her. Based on your experience with her. Unlock the skill neural liberation. So pat on the back, you've had it. No, she doesn't really. It's more that she was tricking us because she knew we were trying to trick her. If Kyoko gone, so I made my way back to my room. Someone knew Kyoko. She's a clever little one. It's why I love her. Waste my time sitting around here. I should go look around. Yeah, we're gonna go hang out with her again. I'm just gonna throw more flowers at her. But we got a new skill from her as well. I can't remember what that skill was. Neural liberation. Oh, you're just around. Oh. Hi. Just Kyoko just saw me sprint out this way and just stopped dead in my tracks. She's just like, what the fuck's he doing? Hi.
Just a second.
What's the matter? Why are you bouncing around like a little rabbit? Don't you have anything to do?
Certainly.
There's no reason to decline. I'm not the type to decline anyway. Besides, I find myself more and more intrigued by someone like you. In time with Kyoko. Got a little closer. I'm gonna give her more flowers.
Thank you.
She may be Machiavellian, but there's a kernel of truth. Yeah, probably. I mean, to jump the gun a little bit, there's implication in this game that Kyoko does develop her own little crush on Makoto in the main story. And then the Danganronpa 3 anime, it's all but confirmed. Like, everyone in that anime, in the future arc, makes jokes at how Kyoko and Makoto are literally, like, attached at the hip. And they always bounce off each other. They always know what each other's thinking. They're so used to each other's company that they both actually kind of start to stumble a little bit when they're separated because they become codependent on each other. And there's a lot of, like, references and jokes and implications that these two genuinely like each other, but because of the nature of Danganronpa's world, they don't have the time to actually sort out their feelings and whatnot. And then there's even more of it in the manga, and it said, like, there's one particular manga where, like, two of the characters, because I don't want to give away who lives or dies in this one, basically try and set them up on a date, and both of them are aware of what's going on, but then just kind of play up to it a little bit, and so they have kind of like a play date, but nothing serious, because they know they're both just getting played along by, you know, their third parties, so to speak. So it's like they do have, like, so... And since they kind of, from what we could tell, wanted that established right from the outset that that was going to be a thing between these two, yeah, there's a bunch of little implications and moments, even in this game, that imply that Kyoko and Makoto have a thing for each other in the main story, even outside the report card stuff. Okay, it means a lot to me. Can we finish this already? Finish?
So...
If we truly want to trust each other, we must truly know each other. That's what you believe, isn't it? Well, yeah, but...
Hey.
I understand why you feel that way, but when it comes to me, I think you should probably give up. Why?
So...
Because I don't have anything to talk to you about. Does that mean you don't trust me? If you get too involved with someone, you're apt to lose any sense of good judgment.
That's what we have to do.
I learned that lesson myself all too well. Personal experience is a ruthless teacher. Personal experience?
Hey.
Surely by now you've noticed that I always wear something unique to me. So it's gloves, right?
Indeed.
Oh, that's right. But why'd you bring them up? Did they have something to do with getting involved like you mentioned?
So...
Simply put, there was a time where I grew attached to someone, and I made a bad decision. I was forced to learn a very powerful lesson, and these gloves are a daily reminder of that. So on these gloves, I swore to never make the same mistake again. Sorry, but I'm not completely sure I understand. Can you tell me more about it? Maybe then I could...
However...
I'm sorry, but I can't. That's the end of it. The end. So I never got to learn anything about her, about how she feels. Anyway, don't get too depressed over all this. The reason I'm not willing to talk about it isn't because I don't trust you. In fact, I do have faith in you, which is why I decided to tell you what I have.
Correct.
I want you to understand why I can't tell you. I can't show you myself, but it's just like I can't show you what's beneath these gloves. I can't remember the last person who saw what was beneath my gloves. That long?
Indeed.
That's right. And I can't imagine a point where I would show them ever again. Only someone I could call family should be worthy. Family?
Listen.
Are you going to volunteer? Huh? Got you again. You really are foolishly open. And yet you're blushing. She did me again. She laughed at me again. But I really heard her laugh out loud like that. I think that must be her natural laugh. Is that right? That wasn't fake. So maybe in the end she did show me some part of herself. Maybe she showed me her true feelings. I know I always tell you to be careful and protect yourself, but to be honest, I hope you don't change. I prefer you this way. This is you. In the end, I never really did figure her out, but at least I got a little bit closer. So my skill points been increased. Hey, look at you go. When we finished up, I went back to my room. I don't think we get another day of free time events. Off the top of my head. I know I said that last chapter and ended up being a third day, but I don't think. I think the investigation starts after this.
The school announced as soon the doors to the okay.
Or like new plot kicks in after this. That's I'm already. I guess I'll go to bed for today. And then in chapter 4 is like the last real batch of free time events you get, because chapter 5 kind of hits the ground running a little bit. And chapter 6 is, in like in every Danganronpa game, the final chapter of the game is just the investigation. There is no free time / daily life. It's just the investigation into the final trial.
Happy New Day! I'm the kind of guy, I don't want to celebrate a new year. I want to celebrate the dawn of every day. Because every new day deserves celebrating, so...
Happy New Day!
Okay, that was the most pointless one. That's one of the gibberish ones. Because some of them are interesting, some of them are just gibberish.
Good morning, everyone! Get ready.
Yep, usual. Better get going to the dining hall.
Oh,
Oh, Taka and Kyoko are not here today.
You know?
Kyoko's still on guard duty, probably. I have no idea about Taka.
Damnation!
May as well forget about that guy.
Yeah, alright, Hifumi. Just because you're in love with a computer.
You don't have to get so mad.
You know?
Yeah, they're rivals in love. What are you gonna do?
Don't put me on the same level as that virgin. I might catch his virginity.
But...
Nah, my guess is you're already infected.
Wait, can you really catch it? Stop being vulgar. Let's eat breakfast.
As soon as my hands approach my food. Yeah, that voice. The doors of the dining hall exploded open and a figure appeared. So it's you, Genocide Jack.
That's enough.
And don't bother asking why we arrived at the same time. The answer should be obvious.
I'll give you a hint. I'm wearing red lingerie today. I don't think anyone wanted to know. Hold on a second, you. Huh? What's your top power level? Like 35, 22, 33? You start out big on top and try to look thinner down south? Ah, look at your melons. They're seriously gargantuan. You dunk them in milk every night or something? You're starting to freak me out.
No forgiveness!
You lay a finger on Hina, I will show you no mercy. So, what do you want? Like, Celeste is like, please, can I just have my breakfast? Can you all just be quiet? First you're making virginity jokes, and now you're screaming about boobs. Just let me eat my food.
Surely you're not here to join us for breakfast.
Naturally.
Of course not. I came to hear a story. A story? A story that nobody bothered to tell me yet. Oh, right, we didn't let him know about, the laptop. Oh, he's talking about Alter Ego? Sorry, but we can't talk about that right now.
What?
Why not? Because of certain circumstances. Until now, you haven't given a crap about anything, and now you're all concerned? I don't buy it.
It's all clear.
I've just made a decision. When we get out of here, I'm going to feed your body to the vultures. What kind of messed up dictator are you?
What?
But this isn't a democracy. How would you exclude those who don't fit into a tyrannical majority? That's not what we're doing.
That's fine.
Well, whatever. If nothing else, tell me what's going on with Taka. When I saw him yesterday, I happened to notice something seemed off. So I was curious. Yeah, that's fucking one word for it.
indeed.
Taka has become utterly useless. Celeste, you have to say it like that.
I see.
Did his spirit collapse or something? Was he unable to withstand this environment? Those men who clothe themselves in the cheap fabric of justice are often the first to fall. But perhaps that will make things all the more interesting. Interesting? Let me leave you with a bit of advice. Don't come to rely on false camaraderie, or you'll reap its bitter reward.
What the heck?
So that's why you came to give us this amazing advice? It seems I am unwelcome here. Then I will grant your desire and remove myself.
Yes.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
You don't need to come with me.
You don't have to play hard to get, Master. You can just play hard.
That doesn't make any sense. Yaku started to slowly back out of the room, picking up speed, and as soon as he's sprinting out of the dining hall, I wish they had a CG in that. I want to see Yaku booking it. I want to think we're literally booking it with Target, like in Toko in suit.
He ran away! So now he's running hard to get, I see. Wait! So, at the end there, what was that all about?
It was now. Byakuya was like,
Maybe he's just a mean guy, so acting different, getting all flustered when things change.
guess so. You ain't technically wrong. Yeah. We left in the dining hall, finished up breakfast, and went back to our rooms.
So there is a third day. Okay.
I wonder if it's because you only got one free time event on the first day then. I don't know, Joe, I like a guy. One man. Yeah, you do. As long as you're happy. Where's Kyoko? Laundry room. Is it really appropriate to just barge in? Just barge in like while she's trying to do her laundry and just be like, hey, let's hang out.
Why?
Set this all up, and why'd they choose us? There's so many mysteries. Oh, hang on a minute. How many more? Do I have another bouquet before I dive into this? Just shit it. Fair enough, woman. I think I do, but I want to check. Okay, I have one more.
Why? Wow.
I'm in no position to tell you what to do. You can do as you wish, right? Like my own way of doing things. So that's just school. We didn't say anything to each other.
Thank you.
Anyway, back to my sanity. Back to my sanity. Thank you. It means a lot to me. All right. Fuck. We can't. That wasn't enough. We haven't maxed out her rank. That's what I'm going to do, right? I'm not going crazy. Oh, we have. So that was a waste. Oh. I didn't realise that it ended there. Whoops. So it ends in her just laughing. Okay. Well, that was a fucking waste. All right. Who else should we hang out with? I'm not hanging out with... Oh, Toko has 2 report cards, technically. By the way. Because you have the social link that you have with Toko, and then you have the social link that you have with Genocide Jill. They genuinely make it 2 separate ones. And on the main playthrough, which one you get depends on whether it's the first interaction or second interaction with the day. So like right now, I think it'll be Genocide Jill. But in the maybe post-game, when you're in like free mode, it will go through all of Toko's events, then go through all Genocide Jill events in order. Byakuya won't talk to me. He can't talk to me. I can't just talk to myself. Mondo's gone. Most of the men... I was supposed we're kind of low on men. Or getting lower-ish on men. Let's go talk to... Hina. What does Hina like? I mean, we can go back to the shop anyway. Hang on 1 second. Let me just look it up. She likes... Hang on. Let's see if I have any of these. Okay, I don't have flotation donuts. I don't have kitten hair clips. Wow, I don't think I have anything that she likes. It's like the polar opposite of Kyoko. Kyoko had everything she likes. Wow, I really don't have anything. Wow. Oh, God. Hina likes flotation donuts, kitten hair clips, G-Sick, and Water Lover, and an Astral Boy doll. And I have none of them. Alright, to the shop. Oh wow, everyone's just everywhere. Byakuya is in his room. Taka is Taka. You would hang out in the dressing room. Those two... That's an odd duo. Okay, that's why we have to go to the dining hall. Celeste is in the kitchen. You're in the warehouse. No one's by the pool. No one's by the gym. Interesting. Everyone's in the house part. No one's in the actual school. Or the accommodations. Alright, let's see if we can get anything. There is a 50-50 chance of getting... Well, nigh on 50-50 chance of getting something new. That's not new. In fact, you can do this to burn the chance down. Like to try and get it more likely to get something unique. And you put in a whole bunch, you're more likely to get luckies as well. Which I didn't get anyway, so... But... What the hell is that? Oh, come on. I'm just a sword-wielding maniac. Is that a phone? Seeds. Bird seeds. Oh, shit. Damn it. Okay. I don't mind burning my coins because I'm not using them for anything else. As I said, so I'm already 100% in this game. This is just a casual run through. Especially because the percentage rates start to get very high, so you kind of have to after a while. If you actually want anything new. We already got that, damn it. And we'll just do like some standard spins and I guess maybe get lucky. I'm amazed the contrast that we got like everything Kyoko likes, yet absolutely nothing Hina likes. I don't know what that is. I'm hoping some of the things that we get that I don't know what they are, we get to check them, they will be something. Kind of nice. I don't know how a full cup of tea is just in, but whatever. Alright, last coin. I'm feeling lucky. Game gear? Alright, let's see what we have. Zantetsuken? Jesus. Sura's Tears, jeez. The fun plane. Alright, if we can't get anything she loves, what does she at least like? She likes the Hope Peak ring. Alright. So we won't get as many points, we might not get a rank, but it's at least something. way. Where was she? She was, yeah, in the dining hall. Gyoko's over there. Hey Hina, let's go hang out. Person's ability is measured by the power they display at the point where pressure is applied. That's a quote from a famous baseball player, Kenji Jajima.
Yeah, totally.
I think what he means is that you only really see how strong a person is when they're under pressure. Wonder how strong I can really be. Let's go hang out, Hina.
You got it.
Okay, let's go to the pool. Swim time.
But
Oh, don't stare though, okay? Don't actually have a swimsuit, just a shirt, and when it gets wet, it's kind of embarrassing. Jesus Christ, Hina. Although I wasn't embarrassed before, but now I kind of am. Oh, I wonder how come. I was with Hina, who seemed kind of embarrassed. And then after we dried up and going back. Where is it? Oh wow, what is this? It's super cute. For real, you sure I can have this? Imagine she liked it, that's good. Oh man, what's up?
okay.
I'm getting totally fired up. How come? How come? It doesn't matter. Now I'm all revved up, I need to go get it out. Let's race. I don't think that's a good idea. I wouldn't stand a chance anyway.
That's right.
I don't know, I don't really, Al. Really? Well, I don't mind a solo run. Well, hold on, you always seem so excited, Hina.
What's your deal?
You making fun of me? No, I'm just impressed. Really? I used to know this one guy, he was always like, Hina, you're like a super spaz. Ouch! Super spaz? That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was always wearing shorts in winter and you say stuff like that. But if you lose to the cold like that, it just means you weren't dedicated enough. Wow, you did stuff like that and didn't get sick?
You got it all
Getting sick
wrong.
is for the weak. If you're really dedicated, winter means even lighter clothes. It's all part of your training. Training, huh? I mean, like... You said that. Oh! So, you're the guys that get sick easy? Actually, yeah. See, you're soft, you need more training. I don't mind Hina. She's just kind of there. It's just someone else to hang with. Listen, she's like the only one in the game that, like, her end of her rank, she like openly admits she has a crush on you.
Okay.
Okay, I got the perfect remedy to keep someone like you fit as a fiddle. What kind of remedy?
Yeah.
Actually, I do this myself every morning. Just strip down to your waist and then take a dry towel and start rubbing down your bare skin. I call it, what do I call it again? Way to keep healthy by stripping down and rubbing a towel across your skin. Let's take a shot at... Towel treatment makes the most sense, but what the fuck? Hands on me. No, I mean that in a good way. Like she's just someone who's like a constant. Like it's something that's nice to have as a constant, and not just like annoyance or like I don't love her, but I don't hate her. She's just kind of like she is a presence. She is a constant. So it's just someone that can be kind of relaxing. Yeah, I'm not gonna. That's a terrible thing to call someone for any reason. Jesus, you have to go all the way to rank 7 to get one of her skills. I'm just trying to look up what her event is. Oh, so it literally is just towel treatment. Okay, I wasn't overthinking it. Something like towel treatment?
You got it.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, you got it. Finicky and precise. Yeah, but I would never call someone that for any reason. That's it. I love going out on an apartment balcony, stripping down, feeling the wind on my skin. God, it feels so amazing. Never let a morning pass without getting a good rub down. Yeah, I'm sure that your neighbours take every opportunity at it. Wait, so you went out on your balcony and stripped? You were okay with that? Just give it a try. If you haven't got your health, you haven't got anything. I didn't see you catch cold or something. Still. No points. You have to get the rank 5 and rank 7. I don't think we're going to hit either of them, but her skills are late. After being introduced to a unique sickness prevention method, I went back to my room. There's something by my door. Oh, so there is. Piece of paper, it's like someone sitting under my door. He's in the dining hall. Handwriting is really good. I mean, so suddenly, who wrote it? What's the point in calling me out like this? I'm kind of nervous, but no, can't check it out now. Who could be inviting me?
Yo.
Oh, Makoto. Hero? The letter found in my room.
No.
Yep, I wrote it. Your handwriting is really nice. Well, I was taught if you have bad penmanship, a ghost would come and haunt you. Who taught you that? And why did you want to meet with me? Oh, I just did what Kyoko asked. Kyoko?
Actually,
I'm an errand boy on this. Anyway, what do you say to a late night bath session? Huh?
you know,
Alright, let's do this. No, I was totally lost. Kira grabbed me by the shoulder, pulled me close in my ear.
serious.
It's all an act. The mastermind won't notice. Everyone's waiting in the bathhouse. What? Then did Alter Ego finish the search? You got it, Hero. Let's go take a dip then. That was I needed to be. But me and Hero hurried along to the dressing room. Something I don't care about. I'm very grouchy when forced to. Yeah, but I'm just saying that specific word is not one. It's not one I would use. Even if I don't like someone, I'm in an argument, I wouldn't call them that. I don't even think it's like a nice thing. I just think that's just not a nice word full fucking stop to use, personally. Jesus, there's Super Taka. Hang on. So I get to the dressing room, an angry voice echoed out. Hey, you! How long are you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he started pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know. Bedtime for good little boys and girls. I don't mean to say a hell of a lot worse. Yeah, I mean, I do too, probably. It's just that specific. I don't know. It's just me for that. Like, it's like that specific word just like urges a little too much, and that specific word just bugs me so much. I say worse. I mean, hell, on my first playthrough of this, I dropped the C-bomb all the damn time. But then YouTube really got on my case about it, so I had to rein it in because they'd stop pushing my videos. Oh, I just got that. If you can get shadow banned if you drop the C-bomb, which is baffling, but it can happen. And some of my videos were getting shadow banned, so they weren't showing up in anyone's recommendations. So I had to stop it. I had to like rein it in. We're very particular about our wordings. But because I'm British, I used to say it all the time, so it was kind of a hard habit to break. But now I'm mostly pretty good at it. It slips out a couple times, but I'm usually pretty good. Shut up. What did you say? You want me to make you cry, little girl? Taka, he seems to be even worse off than I'd heard. Well, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe he's finally starting to grow a personality. What? You got a lot of poop falling out of your mouth of yours, you know that. How rude. A maggot like you has no right to speak to our heaven-sent master. Oh, you're back to your normal gloomy self? No, I can hardly keep track at this point. Shut up.
Hey,
Well, anyway, everyone's here, alright? And my messenger duty is complete. You wanted us all to meet here, right, Kyoko? So what are we doing here? It's obvious we have something to do with Alter Ego, right? Yeah, totally. Do you find a clue? What is it? A way out? The mastermind's true identity? I'll be Byakuya right in the jugular. Yeah, Byakuya don't give a shit. Byakuya's in it for himself. And he's open about that. It's gone. Gone? I came a little earlier to check up on things, and that's when I discovered Alter Ego, the laptop, has disappeared. What?
No way!
You're kidding, right?
Oh.
Huh? What? She's gone? You can't be fudging serious. What did you do with him? Was it the mastermind? Did they finally notice what we were up to?
Wrong.
I told Alter Ego to yell if anyone he didn't recognize appeared. If it was the mastermind, I'm sure he would have alerted us.
Well,
Maybe we just missed it?
However,
I was in the laundry room right next door all day. There's no way I wouldn't have heard it. But if it wasn't the mastermind then? The solution to this particular mystery is obvious. It could only have been him. Mr. Ishimaru stole her, didn't you? What? I'm the ultimate moral compass. I would never do something like that. I don't think it counts when you say it about yourself like that. You're the suspicious one here. You're nothing but a big jiggling sack of fat. Ouch. Shows what you know. This isn't my true form. I still have 3 more transformations left. Alright, fucking calm it down with the Dragon Ball references, please. Wait, I mean, it wasn't me. Everyone knows you're the thief. Wrong, it's you. Well, I'm sure it's one of you. So whoever did it, just hurry up and confess.
wrong.
No, there's no way either one of them did it. Why not?
So,
I told Alter Ego to yell if either Taka or Ifumi came into the dressing room. Like, even Kyoko's like, I'm so done with these people's shit. If they did anything. What? It was a countermeasure against a clear danger that one of them might come for it. But I never heard any yell.
Indeed.
Exactly, which means it wasn't them. Then who was it? The fundamental circumstances are becoming clear. If it wasn't the mastermind, and it wasn't Taka or Fumi, then quite simply, it was someone else. Makoto, Celeste, Haruka, Sakura, Hina, Toko, or myself. One of us must be the thief.
That's terrible.
Why would any of us want to steal Alter Ego? How about this for a reason? There is a traitor among us. Huh? You go, hey, no, she's mine. Get your own. Go for the serial killer. One of us is working for the mastermind, a spy. And that's the one who stole Alter Ego. Can you deny the possibility? It can't be. I've actually been thinking for some time now that there might be a spy among us. The mastermind brought someone in to help keep things moving smoothly. Spy for the mastermind? A traitor? No, it's impossible. Something that horrible? There's no way. Why do you not speak? Are you struck silence by your inability to comprehend such a possibility?
I don't care. I don't care who. Anyone save her. Please rescue her. I'm begging you. I just want to see her smiling face again.
You saying that one of us is sus? Wow. If I ever get like a proper PC setup, I'm telling you right now, I'm getting like I'm gonna have a mixer that has like, you can get like the pre-made sounds and you press the button, it just plays the sound. I'm gonna make one of them like the Among Us noise. I'm absolutely just gonna make it wow every now and then.
Damn it!
Same here. How many times do they have to kill bro before they're happy? I beg, I'll scrap my head across the ground. Just please give him back.
So,
Pretty messed up, but still, I think I kind of get how they feel.
At the very least.
I think Alter Ego is most likely still safe, for the moment at least.
yes.
If they wanted to destroy it, they would have taken it. They wouldn't have taken it, they would have done it right here.
I see.
So you're saying whoever did it has something else in mind for him? Something else?
Damn it!
It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. No matter what it takes, I'm gonna get him back. That's my promise as a man.
I swear I will save her!
Using the power of love. Saying for the references. Hey, I did it. I mean, even on my blame playthrough, I was like, "Will you stop saying that, Byakuya? No."
It is now 10 past. Soon the doors okay to...
Now it's the usual nighttime. It's nighttime.
There is nothing to
It
be
is
done.
unfortunate, but you will have to leave the search for tomorrow. For now, everyone get some sleep.
How can you be so casual? We don't have time to wait around.
What good are you if you are too tired? You will be much more effective after a good night's sleep. Who gives a crap about effective? We're talking about our feelings here.
Calm down.
Anything we do at night brings a higher chance of the mastermind noticing us. Celeste is right. We should begin our investigation tomorrow morning. What do you think, Makoto? I agree. If we run around tonight in a panic, the mastermind is sure to notice and we won't get anything done. Taka, Ifumi, I know how you feel right now, but it's best if, just for tonight, you try and endure it.
This is fine.
Okay, then let us part for today. We will begin our search for Alter Ego in the morning. And you should think about what I said. Someone may well be spying for the mastermind. Alter Ego, gone as quickly as he appeared. We'd finally discovered some small measure of hope, but even that was taken away from us. And we couldn't even put up a fight. We were given hope, and then that's hope that was taken away. Despair. It's just like what the mastermind is doing to us. Then could it really be true? Whoever stole Alter Ego, could they really be working for the mastermind? That's true. No, it can't be. There's no way. I didn't even realize I yelled that out loud. The scary thing isn't the idea of someone spying on us. What's really scary is the idea that we're starting to doubt each other again. It scares me more than anything. Damn it! I threw myself into bed trying to shake off all those unsettling thoughts. Before long I fell into a restless sleep. Yeah, but we all know what Chekhov's gun is, so now it's been introduced that there could be a spy. Who do you think the spy is? One man.
Murder is the only word whose definition changes with time, with place, with society. If murder is evidence of abnormality, then all of history's greatest heroes must have been abnormal.
Ifumi, you think?
Sometimes the murders that people forgive are way more abnormal than the ones they don't.
We won't find out in this case, by the way, just as a heads up. So it's going to be a while before we find out. Because obviously after today's stream, I'm going back to Rise of 2 tomorrow for a bit.
Time to rise and shine.
So it will probably be either Sunday or next Monday that I come back to Dangan, depending on how I structure my schedule for when we do Case 4. Anyone who'd get away with it. It's a Fumi.
Get ready to greet another beat.
Today we have to look for alter ego. Alright, first things first, to the dining hall. Found myself in surprisingly high spirits and rushed over to it when I found out what was waiting there for me. Is this it? What happened to the others? Aren't they coming? There are only 3 people in the dining hall. Sakura, Hina, Kyoko. So including me, 4 people, and I'm the only bloke here? God, this is why I hate people who take their sweet time with everything. Anyway, this is all longer for the others. So we decided to wait in case anyone else showed up, no matter how long we waited. So it's 8 o'clock. We've been waiting here a full hour. Why haven't the others come? Well, I mean, Byakuya and Toko, they make sense. Taka, Hifumi, Celeste not showing up, that's a giant question mark. That's a what are they up to? Hero and Celeste, and often Hero not being around, that's also another. I know he's an idiot, but he'd at least show up. We're right, it's Hifumi and Taka. They were more eager than anyone to look after alter ego, and they're not here. Something must have happened. Huh? I was careless. I was too distracted by alter ego. But Monokuma gave us a motive. There's no way something wouldn't happen eventually. Monokuma's motive. Yeah, that he's offering 10 million US dollars to anyone who wins the competition, who kills and gets away with it.
I've prepared this graduation present for whichever lucky student makes it out of here alive. What do you think? It's 10 million bucks! 10 million smackaroos! It's like totally wowie, wow, am I right?
Don't tell me someone did something for money. That's one way to say, but I didn't bother. I already understood. I understood and I hated that I did. You didn't really know another person completely. Anything can happen here. You can't consider it strange. Hey. Not really. We need to go look for the people who never showed up. Okay, let's go track them down. Without another word, we all left the dining hall.
Hey.
We can cover more ground if we split up. Sakura, you check the dorms. Make sure to check out all of our dorms. Makoto, you check the first floor of the school. I'll check the second. Okay, then I guess I'll check the third.
Anyway.
Don't take any risks. If something happens, call for help right away. Really hope nothing happens. So do I.
Well then.
Okay, let's go. An exchange rate for that amount of money. Yeah. Society was written across each of their faces as we went our separate ways. Without hesitating, I rushed to the first floor of the school. I believe it's a translation thing. I think in the Japanese version, they say 100 million yen. It needs to look around the first floor. And it's just, you know, the same way that Phoenix Wright pretends it's somewhere USA in the US version, even though it's blatantly not. It's the same sort of deal here. So we need to go check the first floor. Go straight to the nurses. If you're going to check anywhere, you check the new places. No, nothing? Alright, later then. Actually, I'll check this at least to see if there's anything else different. Drugs and cold stuff. Okay, nothing different. Alright, let's stop poking around. Yeah, they don't translate and localize everything. I said the that's what script is easily seen through for people my caliber. Fair enough. Like in the second game, it happens more often, unfortunately. But it's also, like, depending on how you look at it, it's both a good and a bad thing. Unlike some other franchises, they don't really localize these that much. And what I mean is, that first case, in the very first case of the game, the evidence as to who it is that their name is written in English upside down. So it's difficult for the average player, it's difficult for the original audience to spot, because it originally came out in Japan. So in English, the culprit being written in blood upside down, you're not going to spot that. You might not notice it, or it's harder to spot. Whilst, for us English players, they didn't change that at all. They kept it as is, so it makes the puzzle more obvious for us, but they didn't localize or change it in some way. They left it as is. The second game does that more often. The second game has a lot of moments, for better or worse, where characters will either come across kind of dumb or stupid, or just come across kind of weird, But when you realize, oh no, in the original Japanese text, for a Japanese audience, it makes more sense. It starts to fit together. Like, the famous one is that in the second one, there's a point where a character questions what an octagon is. And you sit and you go, what? No, they're an idiot. And then you look at the Japanese version, and the character that first mentions an octagon deliberately uses the English word for octagon. Every single other word in the sentence he says is Japanese, but he'll say like the Japanese sentence and then says octagon. And so someone else questioning what an octagon is makes sense in the original Japanese script, but because it's directly translated into, it just makes that character come across like an idiot. But so once you know that's what they're meaning, it's like, this one is English versus English. Yeah. English versus English. Yeah, but that's that sort of thing. And so it's like in the Japanese text, like, you know that makes sense. You get what they were trying to go with. You understand why someone would go, wait, what's an octagon? Because in the Japanese, when they're speaking Japanese, one random English word gonna catch you out. Someone hit. What? That was Hina. She's supposed to be checking the third floor. There's no time to think. I went running to the stairs before I knew what happened. Dropped the stairs into the third floor. Right away I saw her standing in the hallway. Makoto! Hina, what's wrong? It's awful. The rec room door's open, and I looked inside. I saw. What did you see? Don't go in the others, right? I'm gonna go get him. You go on ahead, Makoto. There's an exception. Yeah, the biggest reason why that became that way is because when the director was working on the first two games, he, like the original director, he had convinced himself that the game basically just wouldn't sell well or do well outside of Japan anyway. So he didn't bother. Like, he didn't bother setting up the script or writing anything with any kind of US audience in mind. So the localizers were kind of stuck because a lot of parts of the story only make sense, especially in the sequel. When in the sequel he was more confident in it because, the first game didn't sell well anyway, originally. That's like the crazy thing. Danganronpa originally didn't sell well. It was by chance it got localized and then it took off in the West. Like, he was completely wrong about his assumption, but that's a story for another time. So after Dangan 1 didn't do that well and just kind of stuck to Japan only and didn't get localized, he just made 2 a passion project that leaned into Japanese culture and customs more, making it even more awkward for localizers when they eventually did get to grip on it. But, like I said, after the sequel came out, there was a quiet, lull period for Spike Chunsoft where they went back through their catalogue, and even the games that didn't do that well, they decided to, get them localized and sold anyway. And to everyone's shock and surprise, they exploded in popularity in the West. Like, we fucking ate this shit up. We devoured it. And so V3, which came out years later, doesn't have that localization problem because the director, aware that they sold really well in the US, wrote it with a US audience more in mind. Which is also why that game is, kind of weird. Because that game feels like it's over the top, Western dark at points, instead of just being a bit quirky like the first two are. I'm not saying Japanese culture, As in fact, I was rushing downstairs. Rec room. What did she see in there? At this point, I was used to acting without thinking. So without thinking, I leapt into the rec room. First thing I saw when I got in the rec room was... a really fucking beat up Celeste. It was Celeste and she was hurt. So I think V3, the third main game, is the weakest of the series, but it's not just because it's more dark, it's serious, and slightly Western influenced. It's because of everything fucking else, but that's... I still like that game, it's just it's the weakest one. It's also the longest, which doesn't help. It was Celeste and she was hurt. Makoto. Celeste, what happened? I was... stupid. I got attacked. Attacked by who? I'm not sure. Some sort of strange man. Strange man? A suspicious person whose existence is so unusual I can't help but call him strange. Got to doubt it was some sort of strange, suspicious individual. You're not fucking helping. Because of Western media, fair enough. And the man attacked me with a hammer on the ground there. What is this? I had a wooden hammer or something? Pretty strange design. Something writing on the head. Justice Hammer 1? That is the hammer he attacked me with. I managed to avoid the blow, but I stumbled and fell. I curse my daily exercise. So you were attacked with this? Was this Hammer 1? How'd you get this scratched up from tripping? Makoto, Celeste.
Okay.
I found Sakura. Celeste, what on earth happened here? She was apparently attacked by some strange man. A strange man? main anime games, the Japanese perspective. As in, the first two games nail it. Because the first two games are very blatantly Japanese first. Because I said the first game, it was just he didn't think it would do that well out of the outside of Japan, and the sequel was a passion project because the first game didn't do well. Which is also why I think Danganronpa 2 is the best one, because you can feel it's a passion project that the director just wanted to keep doing it. I mean, you remember, Celeste, but be as detailed as you can.
Well, it all happened earlier this morning. I woke up a little before 7. Nighttime's not over. I knew it was about to end, so I decided it'd be okay if I decided to take a little stroll around the first floor. But now that was a mistake. Anyway, that was where I first saw the strange man. I was immediately wary of him. He was obviously suspicious, so I decided to follow him in secret.
What it's supposed to be.
As I followed, I saw him go into the rec room.
The only thing I think this game honestly does better than the sequel is that this game is more atmospheric and grounded. And like, I was talking to Kama about it, and like on the first stream because he was in chat. It's like, I love how grounded and atmospheric this game is. Whilst the sequel, it's not that they completely do away with it, but they definitely start leaning away from it because he starts just going, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do this now. I think it's my sensibilities, yeah. Because like this one, like everyone's locked in this one building, all the windows are blocked off, there's no light, it's all corridors and closed off rooms. So it's naturally slightly more claustrophobic, which helps add to the atmosphere. The music's got a bit more of a darker tone to it. The characters, although some of them are a bit more eccentric and crazy, all of them to some small extent are vaguely believable. I say that we're looking at like the hardest to believe character right now, but you get what I mean. And like the deaths and executions are pretty violent without being like extra extreme or like borderline cartoony. And that was like V3's problem. V3, some of the characters' deaths were just kind of like, what the fuck? What? Huh? How? Why? Cynicism to see equally cynical properties like the West does. Fair enough. I saw him going to the rec room, tried to pick through the gap in the door. It was when he noticed me, and that's when you were attacked. It happened after 7, just after nighttime had ended, so it happened after 7. And that was just about an hour ago, right when we were all meeting in the dining hall. The attack caused me to lose consciousness, which would mean I was unconscious for about an hour. Well, I'm just glad you weren't hurt too badly. That's because I begged and groveled for my life. You did?
As for me,
I told him I'd do anything if he spared me. Where'd all your fucking injuries go? I offered to lick his boots, whatever it took. So you were willing to throw away all your pride.
Indeed.
It was a necessary skill for survival. Anyway, the important thing now is that we go search for the suspicious individual. If we do not hurry, we could have a serious problem. Celeste, what do you mean? When I looked in the rec room, I saw a suspicious man was not alone. He had with him Hifumi. Hifumi? After he attacked me, he dragged Hifumi away. What? You mean Hifumi was kidnapped? Should we start looking for him then? Listen, Celeste, did anything in particular stand out about this strange guy? Did anything stand out? Well, rather trying to explain it'd probably be rather if I simply showed you. Show us?
Indeed.
This is Hifumi's hand-me-down, his digital camera. You know what I mean?
Actually,
I was able to photograph a suspicious individual without him realizing it.
Huh?
Seriously? Let's see it.
Alright, I'm going to make a point of saying now, from this point onwards for the rest of this case, whatever your first suspicion is, you're closer than you'll think you are, which is the problem with this case. So the reason why this case that we're on is considered the weakest in the game is because you can predict and figure out way too much. And then you go into the case already kind of going, alright, so you see, let's see it. I would tell you not to be shocked, but I fear it will do you no good. Strange comment in mind, we all looked at the camera. Huh? What? Oh, you didn't be right about the strange part, the face is totally covered. Is that a robot Silver Surfer? Alright, dude. Robot costume? Just said, a very strange, suspicious individual, yes? There was a weird robot guy dragged Hifumi away. And I took this right after being attacked. In other words, a full hour ago. Which is why if we don't hurry, it should become a serious problem.
I see.
I believe I understand what happened. Well, no, there is much I don't understand, but... The point is, someone dressed like that dragged Hifumi away. Yeah, one cutscene also got me thinking, uh-oh, it all happened over an hour ago.
just a second.
This is bad, we have to hurry. Celeste, do you know where this mysterious man went?
Let's see.
When they'd left the rec room, they headed left. That's true, they headed towards the stairs leading down to the second floor. In any case, it looked like the Silver Surfer. Oh! Oh no, anytime there's a character they don't want you to know the identity they have one exact shadowy person that they reuse for everything. It's just that this is the sus person. And, you know, that's how they do. They just did it. First impression is Kitaka. We'll have to see. Everyone must be down there, right? I think actually, just because I think we've only just started, there's literally nothing to work off. It'd be a bit too harsh to say whatever you predict is right. I'll wait until the bodies start showing up, because obviously no one's dead yet. When the bodies start showing up, then we can start putting things together, and let's see how quickly you go, oh, is it this person? There will be a point where you'll go, oh, it's them. Like, you won't even go, oh, I think it's this, or I think it's that. You'll literally just go, oh, it's them, isn't it? And you'll go, yep. That's where Kyoko is supposed to be. Speaking of which, why isn't Kyoko here? Sorry, I didn't have time to go look for her. It's bad. The strange man did head to the second floor. Kyoko might run into him. You have to hurry. Kyoko's in danger. With my words out my mouth, he'll rush to the room and went down to the second floor. Hey, you two. What's going on? What's all the fuss? Hey, you guys playing a game or something? Does it freaking look like we're playing a game? Listen, either of you seen Kyoko or Hifumi? Nope, sure haven't. Are they on this floor? We just got here ourselves. I heard some kind of uproar, so I came running. Like you came running. We came here together! No, you're just stalking me. Anyway, can you help us look for them? Why? What happened? There's no time. We'll explain later. Well, fine. Sounds like something interesting is going on. Like Byakuya's like, ooh, someone might be dead. Hifumi, Kyoko, can you hear me say something? Voice echoed down the hall in vain.
Oh.
Did you hear something? Maybe. I think it came from the library. The library, okay, let's go. So the library as fast as our legs would carry us. My immediate right off is Jill, can't be her. Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, the fact that I spoiled she's in a follow-up game, it tells you that it can't be her, because it means that she'd have to be killed in the punishment. That's my bad, I should have just shut up, but, let's all to the library. It hurts. It hurts. Found Hifumi seriously injured. Are you okay? Glad to see you're still alive. Super bad, though. Look at all the blood.
What?
How did you get hurt?
A guy hit me.
What guy?
Ruble Justice. That's why I decided to call him just now.
What are you talking about? Even like Byakuya is like, what's going? Like, even look at his face. He's like, what the fuck's going on here? It's a hammer, just like the one Celeste was attacked with in the rec room. But this one, put a abysmal ball all over my head. Yeah, just this hammer too. On top of that, this one's actually a little bigger than the first one.
He attacked me with that hammer. He bonked me around the head with it.
Well.
A hammer that big? I'm surprised you're still okay.
I'm not okay. Look at all this blood.
Protein helps heals wounds, you know. Would you like some? I have never heard of such a thing. Are you sure it wasn't just you?
That guy was Robo Justice.
Indeed.
This Robo Justice you are referring to is it not?
What the hell am I looking at?
I'm with you, Byakuya. This is the one that attacked Celeste and Hifumi. Isn't that right, Hifumi?
This is unforgivable.
Yeah, that's him. I'm sure of it. Robo Justice.
It can't be.
Robo Justice, huh?
Damn.
This just keeps getting stranger. It's him.
A robot of justice, huh? Now things are really starting to get exciting. What kind of special move does he have? Can it fly? Can it combine?
What?
Why is he here?
Are you okay with this?
Let us not concern ourselves with him. What we need to do now is get Hifumi to the nurse's office right away. Whatever else we do, he needs to be treated as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, let's go.
Thanks, everyone.
So we can take him down another floor to the nurse's office. How are you feeling, Hifumi? Want to take a look at you?
I'm okay. I think it stopped bleeding. I'm kind of dizzy, though.
So
Perhaps you
then-
should rest here a while. Because it's what pro wrestlers use before they take the form of aspirin for doing a blade job. Fair enough.
Yeah, good idea.
Well,
The rest of us should get back to looking for that mystery assailant.
Yes,
I can speak.
Indeed.
Before another victim appears. The Justice Hammer seems to be increasing in size. First one and now two.
So in other words,
There is a Justice Hammer 3. We can only assume it's even bigger than the first two. Could have hit anything bigger than that, you'd be dead for sure. Tell us what happened to you, Hifumi.
Well, I woke up early this morning, like looking for alter ego ahead of everyone else. I went to the third floor, and that's where the strange costume man attacked me.
That must be what I witnessed at around 7 this morning.
After that, he dragged me to the library, and whack, down came the hammer. Must have been around 30 or 40 minutes ago.
At around 7:30, in other words. We would have still been in the dining hall. Yeah, so myself, Sakura, Hina, and Kyoko all have an alibi. A certain amount of blood with their head and your other body parts convey a fight in a match. Oh. Which means Hina, Sakura, and I were together, and Kyoko was still with us, so you have alibi. Fucking, I wrote this game. I was in the laundry room doing my laundry.
His black underwear is as black as the pitch black darkness of the blackest night.
Okay, so you two can cover for each other. Why do you know that?
Is it obvious? Because I was peeking.
Anyway, so Miss Byakuya and Toko were together at this time, meaning they also have alibis. And the ones who don't have alibis when Celeste and Ifumi were attacked are the only two we haven't seen yet, Hiro and Taka. Isn't that right? By the way, what happened to Kyoko? I haven't seen her anywhere. Oh yeah, she was supposed to be checking the second floor, but I didn't see her up there at all. Where could she have disappeared to? She disappeared, huh? What a strange woman.
So that's it.
That's a bit. That seems so crazy, but I get it. For like the spectacle. May not be exactly as I suspected. Hold on. Kyoko was with us in the dining hall when Celeste and Ifumi was attacked, so I'm not talking about who attacked them. Huh?
In other words,
I'm referring to what we talked about last night, who the mastermind spy might be. Are you saying Kyoko's working with the mastermind? That's not possible.
what?
Isn't it? That's this woman, who seems almost eager to handle dead bodies, hasn't even revealed her true identity.
Hey,
Save this discussion for later. Right now, we need to focus on finding the suspicious individual.
Okay.
Yeah, if we don't hurry, there's only going to be more victims. That might be why Kyoko and Taka and Hiro haven't shown up yet. She's right, we have to do something about that mystery man first. Don't worry about me. Catch up with you guys after I rest a bit. Understood. Take care of yourself.
well then.
Okay, let's go. So everyone's running around. Why are they wearing that weird costume? Don't bother looking for a reason from a deviant.
What to do?
So what are we gonna do? Split up and look around? Our opponent is very dangerous. We don't know what they're capable of even here. Ugh,
What?
what's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs. Really? Not on the second floor then? You bastard, you won't get away from me. We were shot towards the stairs. He must be around here somewhere. Let's split up and corner him. We don't take any chances. As soon as you find him, call out and I'll come running.
Oh,
Okay, but what should we yell?
just a second.
Anything, it doesn't matter. Then it's okay.
What are you saying?
Hi, or Doya, whatever you want. Just yell loud enough that we can hear you. Dehya, no, I've never heard of such a reaction. Okay, whatever. Just hurry up and start looking, okay? Let's go. Hey, Mr. Robot, where you hiding? If you don't come out, we're gonna decommission ya. Spread out every direction to track down the costumed suspect. Are you back in here? We just left the hammer here? Alright. Oh, Jill. A strange cry. That'd be Celeste. It came from the floor above. She's on the third floor. Went up to the third floor.
Everyone.
Over there. Over here, everyone. Or the scream would come running.
Just a second.
Celeste, what's wrong?
What?
That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down to the hallway and disappeared. He must be down the hall. Come on, let's go. Oh, that was me speaking at that point. I just like adopted Celeste's accent for a second. What is it now? Huh?
Huh?
Oh, it's really true. But it doesn't matter right now. Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been Ifumi's in the nurse's office. Oh, is this bad? Come on, we have to go back. What about the suspect? We've all gone to this trouble to capture him, right? Then why don't we split into two groups?
All clear.
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well. Then Mikoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will lead to capture the suspicious individual, the Toko, Sakura, and Byakuya.
So then.
We'll handle it. Just take care of Ifumi. Okay, you guys, be careful. That was split into two groups. Me, Celeste, and Hina went downstairs to the first floor.
Just a second.
Nurse's office. Let's go. We stormed to the nurse's office, and what we greeted us was a world of dripping crimson. Everything was covered in pink. I mean red. And in the center of that red was Fumi. It looks like something very bad has happened. Certainly not expecting this. I can't imagine if Fumi would be murdered.
No way.
Murdered? You're not serious, are you? He's not really dead, is he? Kyoko's too suspicious to be the culprit. Yeah. At this point, on my flame playthrough, I already had an inkling. And I was like, I think it's this person. And you know why I suspected it was that person? Because they're the one that leading everything. They're the one that was the first to be noticed with anything, the one that keeps on seeing they're seeing things, the one that decided how we should split the party, the one that screamed to notice, the one that's orchestrating everything right from the fucking start, unapologetically. Yes, it's extremely fucking obvious it's actually Celeste that's masterminding all of this. At this point, I was already like, oh, it's Celeste. When I reached one of my playing playthrough, that's the biggest problem with Case 3. It's that fucking quick, you just go, oh, it's Celeste. Because she's masterminding everything. In this, like, she's leading the conversation and leading the point, and it's always the one that happens to see the this robo-justice, happen to snap a camera picture of it before it. You know what I mean? That's the problem with Case 3. The problem with Case 3 is that you instantly just go, oh, it's Celeste. And every single person I've ever seen cover this game gets to that conclusion around this time. You know? There's more to it. Like, the fun of this case, I suppose, is figuring out how she did it. But once you do, it's just what it is. But once you figure out how she did it, you're like, oh, okay.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Yeah. I wish I could be like, oh, spoilers, but I told you, the moment you go, oh, it's Celeste, it's like, that's what I mean, your first real thought, your first real suspect is on the money. And every single person I've ever seen go through Chapter 3 does the same thing around the same time. What the? That was the body discovery announcement. The discovery announcement? When 3 more people discover a body after a murder, that's what plays. And you ever notice how, and it's going to play into this later, Celeste made sure we were in parties of 3? It must mean Hifumi. Someone killed him. One of us. One of us? And look at that. Celeste said that. She pointed at something on the floor. And it'd also be on the floor after the last two surprise attacks. Oh, the hammer. Another hammer. That's just hammer 3. It's even bigger than the other 2. Just a suspected one strike from that and you are finished. And the killer? There's no doubt a suspicious individual, going by what Hifumi called him. That culprit must be Robo-Justice. Whoever's hiding in that costume is the one that killed Hifumi. But wait, you saw him on the 3rd floor, right? Running back into the hall. So how did he end up in the nurse's office? You're not saying they, like, teleported or something, right?
Okay,
We can figure that part out later. Right now, we have to tell the others. You're right.
So then,
Shall we go? Hina, step out of it. Huh? Are you okay, Hina? Sorry, I'm not sure I can move right now. I'm feeling kinda... There's a problem. We can't just leave Hina here alone. Okay then. Okay, I'll go get everyone. You stay here with Hina. Very well. I leave it to you then. Okay, I'll be back soon. Try to sound confident and upbeat, but stop trembling for what I've just been through. Everyone else is already on the 3rd floor. I have to hurry. This is where everyone was chasing after this suspicious individual. Where were they headed? Celeste, what's wrong? There was a rather intense scream for someone like you. Hey, I'm seeing he seemed to have a stomachache. Saw him. The strange costumed man. Yeah, only you saw him. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs. So he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And the reason why the game is strong-arming you to where you go, like it doesn't say, hey, run up to the 3rd floor, we warp up there, is because they don't want you to find a specific something on the 2nd floor that would give the whole case away. If you discovered that thing on the case floor during this incident, like during what's happening right now, and not after the investigation started, you would know it couldn't possibly be who they're trying to make you think it is. We went down the hallway, back to the back of the hallway. Yep, this long, arduous wind of a hallway. As far as I can tell, there's nobody here. Still, I feel some kind of presence. I'm sure I can feel someone's presence. This presence. Coming from over there in the back. And now here's the real crime of case 3 for me. I leapt through the doorway, and when I did, I found another nightmare. The second nightmare of the day that was waiting for me there to greet me. There are 2 victims in this case. There, in a pool of his own blood, was Taka, dead. And now the deadly life part begins. Which also, by the way, is a hint in of itself as to something else, but I'll get to that in a minute. The fact that the deadly life didn't start up when we discovered Hifumi, and only when we started and found Taka. Let's keep that in mind. Hifumi's body discovered in the nurse's office. And Taka's body discovered in the equipment room. I was witness to 2 nightmares, one right after the other. So basically, Celeste was just tired of Taka and Hifumi being stupid. I mean, there's more to it than that, but she exploited their stupidity to serve her. No, they weren't nightmares. It's harsh reality. The true nightmare is this reality. The reality I have to face every day, but still. Why is this happening? Ugh. Another hammer. No, it's Justice Hammer form. It's even bigger than before. Just a suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka too. Oh, well, they're not saying anything. And of course, she fainted because she saw blood. What's going on Taka's dying body? Toko? Oh, don't tell me. Toko too? Relax. She just passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? Oh, yeah, right. Toko is Toko. She has a fear of blood. Tried everything to wake her up, but no luck. Let's just leave her be for now. Like he said, I should just leave her alone.
However...
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? Wait, what do you mean? Celeste was attacked with 1, and Hifumi was hit with 2, but this time it was 4. What happened to 3? Ah! What's the matter? Well, you mentioned Justice Hammer 3. You just reminded me. Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
What?
What?
Hey!
Hifumi's been killed? Yeah.
I see.
Which is why you came to get us. Then we'd better go check it out. Of course, come on. Do you notice how those two didn't realise? Both of them went, oh, so that's why you came to get us. They didn't realise, but you'd think they would have heard the body announcement alarm go off and noticed some body has been found. Isn't it interesting how it lined up then? The only way that could have been that way is that all 3 of them found Taka at around the same time us 3 found Hifumi. Keep that in mind. So, Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out the physics lab. But as soon as we were out the physics lab... Ah! Celeste! Aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office? You're making it more fucking obvious to suspicious. Something has come up. Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
Indeed.
Well, that is not all. It's gone. What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared? Hifumi's body has disappeared. What? What are you talking about? It disappeared? Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening here? We went back to the nurse's office. Practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. Reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. Huh? I can't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was just there a few minutes earlier. That was not the murder weapon. Oh, you're catching on. It just disappeared. Me and Celeste went to the bathroom. We only gone for like a minute. And then when we got back... This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must be really enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died. There's your other giveaway. Celeste hasn't seen or heard anything about Taka. What does she mean, those guys? She doesn't know Taka's dead. She's not supposed to know Taka's dead. Now it's out in the open, I don't mind revealing all the tricks along throughout the investigation of all the things you should pick up on, but Celeste has no reason whatsoever to know Taka's dead yet she said those guys.
What did
I don't
you say?
believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First there were 2 murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural.
Huh?
Hold on, what do you mean 2 murders? Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way.
Can't be. Taka too? Can't be. It can't be. No!
Hina.
Hina, calm down. We're gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill all of us. Then who might the next target be, Toko? Huh?
What?
What, you forgot? She's still unconscious in the equipment room. We just left her there.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime. You didn't have a choice. She passed out, and she refused to wake up.
Huh?
So she is still unconscious. Wait, so you knew she would still be up there? And said nothing? Why? That's annoying little insect that clings to me whenever I go. We'd be better off without her. You bastard! Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. I'll take the boy to keep others off the trail. You're close! Everyone stop fighting. Right now we need to hurry back. Can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die. Byakuya, something happened to Toko. I'll never forgive you. We shot out the nurse's office and bolted up the stairs and then back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed, and when we got there... Toko. Thank God you're okay. But right away I noticed there was something very different here. It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right here, had also disappeared. Rule no more than 2 kills? Yep, exactly. This cannot be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? No, it's not an hallucination. I know I saw it before. I know what I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before.
Huh?
What were you saying? Taka disappeared too?
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. He didn't vanish into thin air. Obviously whoever did this has hidden the body. But why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Anyway, our costumed suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree. We've got to hurry and catch him before he kills all of us.
Not possible.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that. Huh? Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies? When Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone was here on the 3rd floor.
It is so.
After that, we split into 2 groups. And now, this time, you came here as a group from the nurse's office. It's been involved in evidence tampering. I'll explain. You know, when everything's in the pieces are in, I'll explain. In other words, the only ones who could have done this was Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love. That's not it at all. Well, yeah, anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi. Which means the suspicious individual we're looking for could be none other than Hiro. Which further means there'll be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. I mean, he did it before to make things more interesting. We'll probably pass him to do it again. Well, unless it's already interesting for him. The only reason he did it with Mondo is because he already knew who the killer was. So he thought it would be very boring to leave it as is. Whereas he can only kill a maximum of 2 people.
That's right.
As long as that rule is still in place, there will not be a 3rd murder. If they break that rule...
Oh, Mincia! Mincia have had a second thought. Mincia grind your tenure into paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs?
Indeed.
Let's see.
So since 2 people have been killed, there's no possibility of any more.
Perhaps.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without her, though.
In other words...
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed, and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one that could have done it is Hiro. But is he really the killer? And what about Kyoko? She's not involved in the case, and where the hell did she go?
What?
Hey, Makoto, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Whatever. We need to find those bodies. Or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So
Very
then,
well, let us split up and begin searching.
But
There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case. I know that. I mean, I think I do, but... If you're still nervous, I'll come with you. Okay, thank you. No need to thank me. Then, let's get moving. Yell if you find anything. Which is I'm like Byakuya. He grew on me. I like him. He grew on me. He's a dick, but he's a likable dick. Left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. Like, in my list of characters I like from the first game, he's on that list. Anyway, what we're aiming for is in the art room. Actually, I don't know if we can access it right this second, because part of the crime we're going to solve, I think, is still taking place. Yeah, there's a crime going on in there, by the way. That's why it's locked. We just can't access it right now. We have to go to Tor. 2 boys disappeared too. And I'll explain it all later, but we have to get there first. Just search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? And as much as I'd say Sakura should just break the door down, I think one of the regulations says don't break anything. If I just double check it. So I think there is. Maybe I think maybe. Never mind. Let's not looking around until we get called back to the art room. Celeste, she really attacked with this Justice Hammer 1? What the heck's with this thing? I saw the rankings video, now it makes its own. That's cool. That's cool. You get to be the little inspirer. So, I don't know why I said little. That sounded kind of patronising. I didn't mean it like that. Around this floor first. Oh, fine. Let's poke around until the game's... Jesus! Mikoto?
Come on.
Why are you just standing there? You need to get to the repository. You mean?
Indeed.
I found them. Geez, interesting how you found them, Celeste. Fumi and Taka's bodies have both been hidden in the repository. Already told Hina and Sakura to go on ahead. Bodies were in the repository? Long enough to read when they intend condescension. Yeah, because we're like the driest sons of bitches in the world when we actually want to condescend someone. Like we're like you can tell when we're being arseholes usually. When we have no filter with it. The body's here somewhere. Yeah, in the door that Celeste locked. I mean, the doorknob turned. I guess it's unlocked. No choice but to go inside. So I opened the door, and when I entered, I saw. That's where they ended up. The two bodies that disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. So I saw before me was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for a second time. We shouldn't hear this announcement a second time if they've both still been dead. You only hear it when a body's first discovered. What happens after that doesn't matter. But if we're hearing the body discovery alarm a second time, that means one of these only now died.
And so here we are. Without further ado, let me give you the next Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen. It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Just hand it over already.
Make sure to investigate with all your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later.
Okay, see you later.
Well then, now that we found the bodies, when it's left is to uncover the culprits.
What the heck?
Hold on. How could he be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know. Dead. Gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is still just too awful. He suddenly burst into tears. Yeah, this is an ongoing story arc with Hina. Hina can't cope with this. It's part of the reason why I do actually kind of care for her a little bit. She can't handle this. It's getting to her. And in every case, it gets to her a little more. And it capsizes in the next one. She clutched at Fumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. And there was in some world of make-believe, they might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes, but this wasn't a movie. Oh, he's not quite dead yet, but he's dying. This wasn't...
He's alive again?
What?
Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us. Yeah, he's got severe brain damage.
The light, it's reaching out to me like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
And the funny thing is, his final words aren't him setting up our Yasuhiro. He did just say something that's been implied a couple times already. He revealed something that's, well, we'll be using it as a tool against Celeste later on, don't worry. His eyes closed, and they never opened again. Death for a second time. Absolute undeniable death. No matter how many more heinous tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle, and reality set in again. This is some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return, just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Yeah, no. She's angry because she knows that those words will be her downfall. She knows that he just used his last words to throw her under the bus. But for reasons why, we'll see later. Now the game has become exceedingly boring. You said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure. It's the only person he could have been referring to.
So in other
And with
words,
that, the case is solved. Assaulting people, even killing Taka and Ifumi, and then going as far to hide their bodies. A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Is that what Hero is?
What is this?
That's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. They killed two of our friends. Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprits in our little life or death game here. Although, this time, it's not all that life or death. The trial conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Right, let me explain, because this is... I'd already figured out a lot of this by the time I got here, but essentially, the reason why we heard the thing twice is because one of those two weren't dead the first time we met them. But we were just convinced into thinking that because Celeste made sure we met them both at the same time. That was just as far as my theory got when I first got it. But when you think about it, which one woke up again? Ifumi. So from that point, I was like, okay, Taka never left this floor. His body stayed on the 3rd floor at all times. So, it probably wasn't him. His body was probably picked up and moved. Ifumi, however, there's no way you're carrying that son of a bitch up 2 floors. He probably faked his death. He was in on whatever happened. He killed Taka, was then my theory, and Celeste just capitalized on a moment to kill him. When he moved them to this room and they rendezvoused in here because it was a shared plan of some extent. Celeste finished him, but to assure that trust was there, Celeste had given him her real name, because yes, she is lying through her teeth. Celeste is not her real name. Celeste is a made-up name that she gave herself. And so you can, once I figured out those pieces, everything else starts falling into place as you find the evidence. And then she betrayed him at the end and killed him, so she was the one that would be the blackened to try and get her freedom, instead of it being Ifumi. Let's better check the Monokuma file. The victims were Ifumi Yamada and Kyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. Got way less information this time than before. Yeah, and the other hint is that they don't give you the time. They don't give you the time of death, because if they gave you the time of death in the Monokuma file, it would also give away too much. And that's a constant for the series. If there's ever a lack of location, a lack of a murder weapon mention, a lack of where the person died, or a lack of the timing, it's because it's relevant. And they don't want you to figure it out too soon. It's no problem. After all, the events of this case were unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. I check on my pro wrestling thing just now. Oh, fair enough, dude. Well, anyway, what you missed is we relocated Taka and Ifumi's body in the 3rd floor back of the art room. Wrestlers use Sephiroth's theme in the New Japan Pro Wrestling Return. That's kind of sick. We heard the death announcement a 2nd time, which means that only one of them only died then. Hifumi, in his last glimmer of life, said a name. And the name everyone's suspecting is Heroes, when actually no, it's actually tied to Celeste. It's Celeste's real name, because yes, Celeste's name is a lie. Because the nature of the case, and what I theorized up until this point, is that Taka remained on the 3rd floor when he died and his body was moved, yet Hifumi somehow ascended 2 whole floors to end up here. He only managed to do so because he wasn't actually dead, he faked his death. And it was a joint plan between him and Celeste. But at some point, at the very end, Celeste betrayed Hifumi, and Hifumi was actually killed. The reason why we heard the death alarm when we first discovered Hifumi wasn't because Hifumi was dead, it was because it was at the exact same time that the other group of 3 discovered Taka's body. So it lined up. Something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Talking about Kyoko? I don't doubt she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. What if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice?
An accomplice?
What are you doing here?
Don't be rude. I'm here to answer your question.
What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained before, didn't I, during the first class trial?
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, 2 people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
Yeah, so no one would truly work to each other, but they might be able to convince someone else into thinking they are, if it benefits them first. So Celeste could have, convinced Hifumi that, she would keep her lips sealed or that she didn't care, and that Hifumi would get away with the murder, and then, just betray him, so then she could be the blackened to try and get her shot at freedom.
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
so then.
So you're saying nobody worked together this time either?
Hey!
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder, only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
Then we need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
Well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action.
That gives away so fucking much. Because you immediately look at it and you just go, oh, so he's saying there's someone who masterminded the thing. He's not saying someone killed them both. That gives away so much. The true blackens, so just one person. Like I said, Case 3's biggest hurdle in this is that they make it too fucking obvious.
well now.
And it's not one of those, oh, it's so obvious it must not actually be true. It's exactly who you think it is.
That's enough of my explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between you all and the blackened. Good luck with all the contestants.
Alright, the actual trial will do a better job at explaining all the finer details of how this all happened. So there's only one who can be blackened, so the accomplice wouldn't benefit. And I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. That's true, Kyoko. Then, where are you? 1 second, let me respond. Can't just be benefit versus detriment. Kyoko, where are you?
However,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hero is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information. Don't you think you should consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? Talk about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
What? I'm offended. Ah.
You. When did you?
I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
Can be rewarding. I mean, yeah, I think that's might have been what they were going for. But the only reason I have my doubt is because this director, in every single game we cover, it's a constant problem. The middlemost chapter of the game, which is what this basically is, always kind of struggles. For different reasons. And it's just like, I think when he's trying to do the ongoing narrative, and then you have a chapter that has to be right in the middle, that can't advance it too drastically, because that's what 4, 5, and 6 are going to do, but at the same time isn't such a bang introduction like 1 and 2 are. When you have this middle case that can't be the strong introduction, but can't go into too much details, what do you do? Because characters have to die anyway, so you need to find people who are less relevant to the case because of the nature of the game design. You need to make it less relevant to the bigger picture. So who do they pick? They pick the two characters that kind of contribute little right now. Tako is going through like character development, but it doesn't change the fact that both him and Hifumi weren't helping much. And they also need a killer who also isn't that relevant to the bigger picture, but also makes sense for whatever motive. And so who do you end up landing on? Celeste. I mean, Hero could have been as well, but Hero's harder to... because he's just an idiot. He wouldn't have concocted this kind of plan. So that limits who it can be. And that's kind of the same thing that happens in the second game. It becomes it's too late into it to make introduction banging plot lines, but it's not late enough to be starting to lead into endgame or the bigger picture of the story. So what do you do? And the thing is, this is not the only series that's had that problem. Phoenix Wright, for a lot of its games, also had a similar problem. They just got better with it as the series went on. Their case 3s or case 4s, depending on the game, like their middle-ish cases tended to be kind of weak. Like the original Phoenix Wright, most people say the weakest case is the third one. In Phoenix Wright 2, people will say that Circus case is the weakest one, which, oh wait, is also the third case. Because they don't have the introductory ones anymore, and they haven't got into the bigger plot yet, so you just have to make a good case. But the problem is, what you end up with is a case that can only be carried by the worth of its contents alone. Because it can't carry the overall plot completely, it can't be tied to it, and it can't be, like, introductory. So you end up with cases that feel underdeveloped unless they are really good at writing a singularized, self-contained case, which is far harder to do than anyone, I think, realizes. With that sentiment, yeah, I know what you mean. Doesn't change the fact it's one of the most hated cases in the franchise, though. I know some people like the Circus case, but it still doesn't change the fact like it's one of the most despised cases in the franchise. The only one that kind of got away with it, and even then it still had problems, was the third Phoenix Wright game. And the sequel trilogy as a whole had a more consistent level of the cases, even if I didn't think most of them were as good as the original trilogy, but that's a different thing. And I haven't played Great Ace Attorney to know how they stand. Nah. Anyway, you there, milksack swimmer girl. Milksack? Why have I gotta be a suspect? Well, I mean, you are a serial killer. So what, I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. Spies, in my opinion, does not necessarily make it right. It makes the majority wrong. Unfortunately, I'm in that majority. But I guess to you it will feel that way because you like it, but for me it was the most annoying, most pointless fucking case in the series. The characters annoyed the shit out of me. Mo the Clown I wanted to punch every time he spoke. The puppets didn't contribute anything, and the jumps in logic you had to make to solve the case were complete bullshit. Oh yes, it hit him in such a way that the coat flew onto the anvil and then was pulled up by a string. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not something you just think can happen. That's not out of the box. That's out of any grounded logic. I annoyed too, but every bit invoked investment. No, even when I went through it on the stream, I just kind of half switched off with that case, so I just find it annoying. And like nothing more, unfortunately. And that's not to discredit how you feel. If you like it, that's badass. But, you know, you have your things, you have your reasons that you like it and whatnot. But for me, I am with the majority. I just found it tiring. Piece of investment. It can be. It can also be a deterrent. And it was always a deterrent for me. Anyway, so when the bodies disappeared, she was lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when someone knows what I look like. And don't call me a murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
Oh, another topic. Should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I'll be totally useless on the investigation anyway. Oh, Hina.
It's all clear now.
But then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. But all but one of us has an alibi, so viewing how she did it should be obvious, right? Empathy hits. The very spectrum is where the event horizon is. But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Yeah, apathy is when people tune off. Yeah, and that was kind of me for like most of the case. To be honest.
Even before like the crime happened, I was kind of like, oh, okay, I'm not sure I care for these characters that much. With all the casino and circus lights. Not casino, sorry. Circus. Big cold body is laying on the floor. This really big body. Alright. He's dead, Makoto. You gonna insult him anymore? I mean, how on earth was the kid able to move someone so big? In the nurse's office, when he was discovered, up to the repository. There we go. My brain can work. All the way to the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing it? How the hell? That's no good. I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Ifumi. If I remember correctly, Ifumi's fatal injury was a blow to the head, probably from the JH3, which was lying on the floor in the nurse's office. Hey, wait, something's off about his body. Am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Think about Ifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. That's it, his glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. Right, this light something, that's what I'm getting at. No, I get it, dude. Thanks to the big top and the actual core aspects. For me, it just, I don't know. That's what I'm going to leave it as. Also, by the way, another hint that Hifumi didn't die back in the nurse's office. He had to wipe his glasses so he could see where he was going. No, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But why would they do that? And why? Add to the truth bullet section in your handbook. Know its weakness. Taka, he'll never move again. Went to the Monokuma file, he died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there was a tarp laid out under his body. Yeah, that's how he was moved. Skill used that to move his body. That way, there wouldn't have been any blood left behind when the body was moved. Blue tarp, 2 bullets. The wall of hammers. Gee, there's a bunch of hammers missing. I wonder if they were painted on. Hammers of different sizes hanging on the wall, although some of them look like mallets. Mallets? Could the Justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait, for some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet. Gee, I wonder if that's the one that was actually used to kill Hifumi. You know what I mean? Like, this was kind of like the mindset I was going for my blind playthrough. Like, everything came together way too quickly, and I just kind of figured everything out, like, as it went on. I was like, that hammer was the one that was actually used, and so it was washed to get the blood off. Spotless hammer added.
So,
Hey, I'm Makoto. I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we stopped to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came up to right to the repository to, you know, look around. When we got here, the door was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? And we came here as soon as the search started, so there was no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wondered the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, and now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there, but I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. It's a dolly that doesn't have a handle. This was in the art room before. I guess it used it to move statues around. It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Yeah, but wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? And look at the wheel. There's blood stains on it. There's blood on the wheel of the dolly that moved the equipment to the repository. What's the explanation for that? Come on, Makoto. Put 2 and 2 together. That was what was used to move Taka's body. Come on. There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? Oh, and what this is if you ask for Sakura's help, she will recap the series of events to help you figure things out. We're good, though. She'll recap the order of the hammers, the order of how we found people. She'll say, Hammer 1, we found with Celeste in the rec room, tipping you off you need to go to the rec room eventually. Hammer 2, we found in the library with a scratched up Hifumi. Hammer 3 was with the quote-unquote dead Hifumi in the nurse's office. Hammer 4 was in the equipment room with Taka, and there's another hammer that's clean. That was the one that was actually used to kill Hifumi. That's what she'll clarify for you. Since, yeah, it is a lot of little details to have to pay attention to. The door that Hina said was locked before. There's only a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. It's only locked from it on the art room. It can only be locked from the inside. How interesting. It can only be locked from the inside of the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked from the inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone was door added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Oh, what? There's still more to look around? Oh, fuck, where'd you come from? Byakuya, do you think Hiro did it? I don't see how anyone else could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died, yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So in other words...
So then there's no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why did he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's a fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kind of dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
And that is that. That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there's a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing 2 people? What? Because all the rule says if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number 1 priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out. Hold on, perhaps. I see, so that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Huh? What's with the attitude? Yeah, that's what we've just ticked him off to something. And he doesn't want to share. But you have my appreciation. Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. Yeah, because now Byakuya has realised, from that alone, Hiro wouldn't have killed 2 people. So something's not right here. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would he have killed him to tell me what it was? There's got to be a clue around it somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else, because I already know about nurses, equipment. Yep. We gotta go hammer collecting. We also need to go find Hiro, and I know where he is. We also need to go find Kyoko, and I know where she is. But Kyoko, you're not supposed to understand where she is until later on, because we're not close enough with her in the plot for her to trust us with where she's been. Right, no one's hiding back yet, no. Hammer time! Alright, Hammer 4 was in here. Body moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. There's Taka's blood. Some kind of mark. Oh, gee, there's wheel marks going through the blood. Gee, I wonder if it ties up. Come on, please, Makoto. It's 2 plus 2 plus another 2. You can put it together. Reminds me about the dolly in the repository. It was blood on the tire. Could the blood have come from here? Which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Hey! He figured it out. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. Equipment room bloodstains have been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. But even if a dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Huh? This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, just recently too. What's the serial killer got to say? I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Okay, you have nothing else to add. Alright, back to the hammers. The next closest one would be Hammer 1 we found in the AV room. Not the AV room, that's the 1st floor. The rec room. Which is all the way around. Alright, there's Hammer 1. The one that, like, apparently booked her in the head. She really attacked with Hammer 1. What the heck is with this thing? Next we go downstairs. I think we might be able to try and find a Kyoko now. No, not yet. Okay. Oh no, the next hammer's the closest hammer from the library, so we'll go here. We can go get Hero now, I think. Because I know where he's hiding. Oh, the hammer that was in here is gone. Never mind. It got moved. So hammer 2 is just missing. Good to know. So we'll get Hero. Dang, this locker sure is big. He's in there! Okay, so we have to do something else first. He's in there. He's in that locker. He's literally just hiding in there. But I'm guessing plot demands we have to go look at the other hammers first, and then it will get brought up that we need to go investigate that. God damn it. Since the story, the song you linked, the more I like it. The track grew on me. It's just that the whole soundtrack's kind of quirky and different. Oh, hello, murderer. I mean Celeste. There's hammer 3. The one that was used to kill Fumi. I moved the body and left the weapon behind. So you're investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I'm simply going around, seeing if Hero might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, taking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved to Fumi's body.
Let's see.
How Fumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes.
Correct.
indeed.
Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Fumi's body in that short amount of time. It's almost like no one came in and got him. He just sat up, wiped his glasses, and started moving.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Fumi, only a couple minutes is... I don't think of anything less than impossible. Celeste's account, can't wait to use that against you later. Oh, there's still more in here? Oh. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. Don't think I've been through. I'm totally parched. Maybe a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. Well, blood transfusions, I guess. Like I said, he faked his death. Doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. And if you check the bin, it's a normal trash can. Hey, wait, there's something inside. It would be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. It's like a cartoon character on it. But it's also covered in blood.
Oh.
Did you find something? Yeah, it's a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. You know exactly who it was. Yeah, me neither. But I think it might be important. Genuinely, the one thing that would have made this case better if it was just anyone other than Celeste. If everything was done this way and it was like almost like a trick, like they make everything so hyper precise focused that Celeste is super fucking suspicious to the player without saying anything, and then at the last second went, oh actually no, it's not, it's someone else. You know, like then the case would have been like, oh shit, and like there was like other string of hints that it was someone else or something. But no, it's exactly how it reads, and so you figure out it's Celeste, and then the case ends up being Celeste, and you're like, ugh. It is also gutting, because one of my criticisms of Case 3 is that I feel Celeste acts out of character in this chapter. So this is where you've been. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, let me give you this. This is the note Hero wrote to the meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship is pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear.
Anyway, that makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things got even more exciting. Yeah, Byakuya's realised it's not Hero. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation. And the reason why he came to us is because, like I said, in Case 2, most of Case 2 was him threat assessing. He was trying to see who's good at deductive work and who isn't. And he threat assessed that we are, whether accidental or not, good at solving these. So of course he's come to us to have a rival.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes, the hero's message has been added. So the hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? Well, let's go find out. But this is what I mean when I was talking about earlier about atmosphere and groundedness. This corridor alone, like, it's just, there's no natural light in here. It's all artificial light. And so they do it to fuck with it. Like, you know, like there's green here. And then it becomes more purple over here. And like, they fuck with the lighting. And then it's white by the exits. It's your only piece. Because there's, and then right here, it's like so pristine clear in contrast. Yet the bedrooms are red. What I mean, like, because it's all interior, there's no outside world for you to be able to see in this game. They used it to really have fun with the colouring and make it have different tones and atmospheres by merely existing. And when the rooms end, it goes back to white. Anyway, let's go to Hero's room. Door's unlocked. I guess I can go inside. If I can just say to go look, it might not be that great idea, but I'm going to take the plunge. This is Hero's room. Some kind of weird stuff in here. Where do you even get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up, which means you can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Maybe there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something and something made out of like cardboard, plastic and paper. Gee, his room was left unlocked. I wonder if he was knocked out, kidnapped, his key was taken from him, and then they did it to raid his room to plant evidence. Cardboard, plastic and paper. This room of justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. Something's off about that bothers me. We need the bells and whistles as motivation. Improving in psychology without a certain amount of sunlight or some way to see an obstacle, a person's sanity slips. Yeah, but it's also a video game that was on the PSP in 2010. The developer wanted to fuck around. He wanted to have fun with it, and so he did different things. But yeah, and Byakuya, another thing that kind of spells out too much. Byakuya just gave us a note and made sure we noticed the handwriting, and then sent us off to this room. And the first thing we discover is that the handwriting's off. So clearly he didn't make these notes. Because if there's one thing Hero's got going for him, it's that his handwriting is remarkably good. Oh, and we can, oh no, we can't. As I say, they're not relevant anymore, but you could have checked to see if he'd use his toolkit. They could run with something like that in the future. I'd love them to. Pretty grungy though. That's a problem even get this dirty. Oh! Wish I hadn't checked. Makoto, big news, big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko. What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news. Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. I think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Be interesting how they could go about writing a scenario involving a claustrophobia or lack of natural light. Yeah, when I originally went through the games, because V3 has recording blocks beyond Chapter 1, I did write-ups of them instead. When I finished the write-up and put it all together and uploaded it, on the last video, I broke down everything I wanted in a fourth game. And one of them was make it claustrophobic again. Because the second game, to jump the gun, the second game takes place on an island. So although you have that supposed claustrophobia of you're restricted to the island, it's also, you can see the sun at any point. It's got like a beachy theme to it. Whilst in the third game, you're in like, you ever seen the Simpsons film? Where like the whole of Springfield gets trapped in a giant glass dome? Well, that's kind of V3, but just it's a school and the neighbouring area instead. But so it still has an outside environment. Oh, well, okay, never mind. In the Simpsons film, there's a point where a ginormous, like, 100-foot tall and like 200-foot wide glass dome is dropped on top of Springfield, trapping the whole city within itself. And that's basically what happens in V3. It's like the school and the neighbouring area is in a gargantuan, impenetrable dome. So there's light and there's, you know, the glass and whatnot, but there's no escape. So, but it still didn't have the claustrophobia because of it. Kyoko and
I mean,
oh man, I've had the worst day. Hero.
Right.
I found Hero. He was jamming in the pool locker room. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
don't be
I
mean.
can't still believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Wow.
This thing I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean,
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. Say when I was asleep, I didn't even know what happened. Then I woke up and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me to just look at you. Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. Took everyone's help, but we're still able to get Hero out of the suit. Took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Free at last! Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So
More to the
then,
point, nobody but Hero would be able to wear that costume. Wait, hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that a
In other words... Also, Celeste, how do you know that? You haven't checked the fucking room yet. Hint, 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 hint. Anyway, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be?
And it's obvious the one who put in this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible.
was Hero. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We want him to kill anyone else. Don't tie me up. Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking? Blueprint? I got no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided you killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea who you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker? How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat, he inside putting on the fucking costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
And not to mention... you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
Oh, keep that in mind. Keep in mind, like, a body had to be moved to a trolley and dragged along. Hina just said the costume doesn't bend at the waist. So how on earth would this costumed attacker have been able to move it without taking the whole thing off when we've just established you can't take it off by yourself because the clasp is behind you and a point of your back you can't reach with the costume. Hero was chucked in the fucking thing and locked up in it to be a prop to make himself a suspect. And the other hint is the fact that Celeste is hiding a grin back there because she knows this is just setting up Hero more and more.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, now you're all out of excuses. No, you see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Mikoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, picked up the pieces on the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good, the arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
See? Told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But
Then there's another costume. There has to be one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence. Evidence? You claim there is another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the
Who
worst.
cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's
Which is
terrible.
how we know it was him. I mean, is it really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? The costume. Right, now Kyoko, can we talk? She looks like she's lost in thought. I mean, she's in the mood to talk, better leave her alone. Fucking fine. Let's talk to the killer.
Oh,
I certainly did not expect Hiro and Kyoko to turn up at the same time. But where has Kyoko been hiding all this time? I have no idea. Perhaps she really is working for the mastermind. What else would explain her questionable behavior? But you're quite protective of her, yes? It's because she's helped me out so much until now. If I were the mastermind, that's exactly what I would do to earn your trust. No, it's because Makoto likes her. It's looking more and more like it really was a setup. Yep. Byakuya knows. He's like, no, it's not him. But Hina, the reason why Hina's being like this, it's because I said she's at her emotional breaking point, and there's hints and suggestions throughout the whole game that, like, every time things happen, it gets to her so much more than everyone else. Like, she generally can't handle bodies, and I get it. You're seeing people you're trying to see as your friends suddenly keep on showing up dead with your other friends killing them. Yeah, it's gonna fuck you up. But it fucks her up so much in particular, so she gets more aggressive and more defensive and more hateful until she reaches her breaking point, which, as I said, is in the next chapter. But thankfully, chapter 4 is genuinely, in my opinion, one of the best cases in the game. So the payoff is worth it. We just have to get through this case first. There's no talking your way out of this one. You did it. Everyone knows it. Alright, Hiro. Well, if you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone has been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed, Taka and Afumi. What, 2 people? There's very little blokes now. That would be like, why are you freaking out? You did it. I did not! Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed, that's it. I know who did it.
then.
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Afumi were fighting over Alter Ego, right? Which means Alter Ego and/or Chihiro must have done it.
Correct.
I see. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate? Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, you got it all wrong. Oh, I know that note. No. Last night, someone sent me a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room, and for some reason I fell asleep. Gee, that's when he was knocked out, and his key was taken to then plant the evidence in his room. The real killer probably drugged me or something.
just the worst.
Not a chance.
So,
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
What? Weird? Really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape, someone wrote all that to trick me. Well, that's your fault for being a fucking idiot. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here for so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? I mean, I guess, Hiro. Oh, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. Still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my pocket.
No
It's
way.
like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please, you gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the notes? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. I want to hear that from you, Al. What the heck? Is serious? Hero's account. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. You need to keep investigating. We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why did you kill them? Tell us, Hiro. No, that's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? That must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why. Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me.
Insane.
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. You have time to yell and carry on. You have time to search for your evidence, right? Yeah, you're right. I didn't look for that second suit in the note. 3 feet don't fail me now. I guess I better get back on guard duty. Yeah, what were you doing here? I just realized you're supposed to be guarding the bodies of Sakura. I was going to ask Toka, Genocide Jack to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Hold on.
Makoto, do you have a second? Huh?
I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. To reject me so simply.
Anyway,
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey,
So, Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses? Can't believe I'm hearing that from the girl the same age as me.
correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know? They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway,
we have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. Oh, and for this chapter, and this chapter alone, and it's more like the saving graces, Kyoko, like, to make the Phoenix Wright comparison, she basically serves the role of her assistant, like a Mia/Maya character, but just, you know, is more competent than Maya. Corpses can't speak. So I should head that way for now. But she's like, effectively, she's like tagged with us for the rest of this case now. They do this again properly in the second game. In the second game, they introduce a character early on who basically, not intentionally sticks to you like glue, but basically does and is with you with every single case, helping you solve it. So you have someone to bounce off with and compare notes with to try and solve things. Which is another reason why I kind of like that game so much, because you have a character to always be able to bounce something off with, instead of it always being just you clicking around. Fumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for as sturdy as she is, and as good as she is at hiding her emotions, it's still people she knew who are now dead, so it's gonna get her for a second. But only for a moment.
so then,
Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
The Monokuma file was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was made me feel a little more comfortable. What have you found, Kyoko, then?
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey.
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? You did?
Ugh.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch?
So then,
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It's most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hand is frozen at just past 6 o'clock. That would mean the watch is broken sometime just after 6, meaning he's been dead for a while, which means him being hit with hammer 4 is a ploy, because hammer 1, 2, and 3 was used after 4. That Celeste is really trying to use basic number game to make us think that this kill happened later than the rest. But no, Taka's been dead for a while. Anyway, broken sometime just after 6.
that's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey, how long are you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air. He started pointing at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock. You know that bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
In other words,
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 PM. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning. Broken wristwatch added to the truth bullets.
however,
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. Yeah, good luck getting that out with rigor mortis setting in. You're right, there's something white in there.
Makoto,
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
because
Rigor mortis is already set in. Boys are better suited for that kind of manual labour, right? That's Kyoko just basically saying, I can prod the body, but I'm not going to force a rigor mortis clenched fist open. You can do that and work up the sweat, Makoto. She just gotten too much of a natural grace about her to let herself work up a sweat. Alright. Whereas I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was unable to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper. That was all he had in his hand. Yeah, that's it. This little scrap of paper doesn't seem like much of a clue, does
is
it?
that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Fumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Fumi's body now. Perhaps he left us a few clues of his own. Taka's paper. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse. From the nurse's office to when he was discovered here in the depository, all the way to the first to the third, and all without anyone noticing it. I can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, he wasn't, which was found in the nurse's office. But When we found the body, noticed obvious his glasses were covered in blood. But now they're spotless. Does that mean someone wiped the glasses clean? But why would they do that and why? Well, who would do that and why? So did you find anything? I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
That's right.
Ifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see. His pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants, it's not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Mikoto. Open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like, that's better be important, Ifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note? Oh look, it's Hiro's alibi. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6. That sounds very familiar. That's it, it's the same thing Hiro said. And he was telling us the truth.
However,
Although, it's not exactly the same, is it? There's a weird note on my door. It said, that's what it said. Or maybe we can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so anyone. Rec room at 1 AM. And this one says equipment room at 6. So this note was Taka's note, whilst the other note was Hiro's note. Either way, it gives him more credence to his words. The time is different. Hiro told us the note said to me at 1. But the note on the Ifumi asked me, I missed at 6.
is that right?
Hold on, just because Ifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him.
So...
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. There's some part of this being ripped? Oh, could you maybe explain a little more? Oh, think carefully.
Hey,
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? She says, grinning at me. I have no idea.
so then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? Kyoko's like, how many more fucking spoonfuls do I need to give you before you clock it, Mikoto? How would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. Truth found in your handbook.
Hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So their handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. They're like, yeah, we're going to like a diabetes, then I'll figure it out. Not that there was any reason to think that they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said is that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role? I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. It's a truth point section of your handbook. And that's it for the investigation.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself, and come to a proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. Okay. Alright, we know the drill. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation. They were gathered at the red door. And as soon as they were all there...
Monokuma!
Hello, hello, hello! He multiplied! Nope, not multiplication. It's just that we look this way because it's an illusion! I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you tell which one of us is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy!
You're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you. Okay, fine.
Hey!
Then if everyone's here is ready to go, please board the pain train elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please.
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet. You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't want a ray anymore, Hero. You're gonna pay for your sins. I told you already, I didn't do it. For serious. It reminds me, do you ever find the other costume or the note? Oh, well, no, but how unfortunate that it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey,
This isn't a place to talk about it. Save your accusations when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first, then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. Can't let whoever killed Ifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two who've lost their lives. The one who killed Ifumi and Taka, the one who killed two of our friends. The killer is someone right here. The hero, once he's been vindicated. Yeah, right? Oh, it would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time. And she's grinning. She's thinking she's got her freedom.
Hey.
The story begins when we get down there. That's what I really want to talk to. Took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk towards the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. Oh, getting a little less. Only 8 left. Clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. And of the 8, 3 boys, 5 girls. We're getting outnumbered, gents. There's a problem here. I mean, it's about to to smoothen out because Celeste's the killer, but still, we're getting outnumbered here. I mean, as we fell further and further down, there was no going back. Until we all settled this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The doors just slid open, opening up to a cruel fate. Also, new colouring again for this, because he always likes to recolor the walls. Now it's blue. We had red in case 1, we had gold in case 2, and now we got blue in case 3.
When I see you all gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you are left. Oh, your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Yeah, why are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial.
Don't rush me. Of course I'm going to start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get your assigned seats.
And so the curtains open once again. Time for the catchphrase. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Yes, I will save. It's a shame they dropped the catchphrase in the sequel. It's only Makoto's thing. Alright, firstly, focus gauge decreases more slowly. Oh, thank you. Let's go over all our notes, and then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll jump into the case. We've got the file, which conveniently avoided the timing. We've got the tarp that was used to move Taka's body, the dolly that was used to move Taka's body, the glasses that were clean because he wasn't actually dead, the spotless hammer, which is what was actually used to kill Hifumi, that was Celeste's attack, but she washed it to hide the blood. The fact that the door can only be locked from the inside is where the bodies were moved, and where at some point, Celeste, Hifumi, and Taka were all in. The equipment room bloodstain, confirming that the tarp and dolly are what was used. The cleaning cloth, proving that the glasses were cleaned. Celeste's bullshit. That she and Ao left the room for only a minute, which, yeah, is true. They did leave the room for a minute, allowing Hifumi to wipe his glasses and get up. The message revealing that Yasuhiro actually has some damn good handwriting for such an idiot. The blueprints revealing that he didn't write them because the handwriting is far worse. The costume that Hiro couldn't get out of. His account that he got a note luring him to somewhere. The broken wristwatch revealing that Taka's death was before anyone else's, or before anything was discovered. The scrap of paper attached to this note revealing how he ended up there. And of course, the suspicion of the handbooks that Kyoko put us into. With that said, we will get to our third case in just a minute, but I'm going to use the bathroom first, so back in just a minute. Alright, I am back. Let's jump into case 3. We already kind of know how it's all going to go, but we still have to do it.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it, and all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know, I don't know!
Is Hiro really the killer? No. Or, for anything else, we have to make that clear. Well, what's first then? Justice costume, the message, and the blueprint. Let's just pay attention and see where this goes.
The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough.
Oh, hang on, no minute. Yeah, hang on a minute. Because the handwriting.
Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say?
Sorry, my internet was messing around for a second on my phone, so I just had to check to make sure that it wasn't the stream and it was just my phone again. You know that happens sometimes? Well, yeah, just like dipping. So what I did is that on my phone, my phone is watching the video at 144p now, just so there's no more internet dips, hopefully. You can at least do that. Sorry, that was all. That's all I stopped for.
When you compare it to the blueprints,
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I said.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
The worst part is that's a valid defense for Hiro.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me. I mean, no, the person in the suit was Hiro.
Who was
It's
in
just
the
he was
Robo-Justice
being
suit?
set up. He was knocked out. Which is the individual in question, the one that would have been put in the suit, was Hiro. The Illuminati, I saw that!
other than Hiro, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit. And we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
You notice how Celeste is immediately pushing against it.
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
Oh, with pleasure. I think I was using Yutaka's body, and that must have been the boot up.
I got it!
There's still one more thing. The dolly.
I got it!
They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with that attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room. And then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
You notice how Celeste is pushing against so much.
Huh? Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Wow, never had anyone sound so nice for being so mean. Maybe I can change their mind. I need to explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. New elements been added to the BTB. Yeah, we're doing a BTB already. Let's talk about reloading. So this next bullet battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. At the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, is your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't been any limits on how to destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just locking on and pressing triangle won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you a bullet to destroy a remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing square in the rhythm. You have to press it during the rhythm of the match. So now you're alternating 3 buttons. Just remember the squares now functions with the X and triangle. You'll automatically reload at the start of beaver time and your ammo will not decrease. But if you actually do it with the gentle, no reloading. In which case you can ignore everything I said. Well then, good luck, have fun. So now there's a third element. But now we've got to defy Celeste. Immediately right off the bat, it's not even an end piece.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Do your worst. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. You miserable wretch.
I lost my pace.
I cannot agree. You are a fool. Do your worst.
I don't know when. Oh.
You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool.
I lost my tempo. God damn it. I got cocky. I lost my tempo. Fuck.
I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
I was only half paying attention and I lost the tempo, so it fucked me up for the rest.
Dolly move. I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room, and as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
If I look at how the body was moved, it will be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What could he mean by that?
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah. The culprit wrapped the body in the tarp,
Yeah.
then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah. But even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
You can't. You've already established you can't.
No, that's wrong.
It doesn't have any kind of curvature on the waist. It's just stuck standing, so you can't reach it.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
Oh, I'm blind as a bat in here. I can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Told you to pay attention to that. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
There's absolutely no chance of drop because 2 and 3 you can't take it off by yourself. You can never take it off. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't never take it off. There was an extra phrase, so it's that you can't take it off by yourself. I had to think then. I was like, hang on a minute. 2 and 3 is very similar answers.
If you remember,
I don't know what's with this thing, but I can't help but get it off. I can't actually get it off. No help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? You made this stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back keeping you from getting it off. But it's pretty sturdy. I mean, you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
if he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
Yes, we have forgotten about your fake evidence.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy?
Robo Justice. That's why I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individuals inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it before we rush to a verdict. Shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll
Series of
uncover something
unfortunate
new.
events. This is Lemony Snicket all of a sudden.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant.
Yeah, right, sure, Celeste, whatever.
I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down to the hallway and disappeared.
and then...
Oh. Yeah! Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect.
January's free game's awesome then, NGL? Look, it's stacked. What we got? I haven't actually looked yet. I don't really pay attention to like the PS Plus games.
When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi dead.
Alright, so Jedi Fallen Order, yeah, that is pretty good. I didn't like it, but yeah, fair enough. Fallout 76, that's not a fucking win. That game's shit. Axiom Verge 2, however, yes, that's great. That's a great Metroidvania. I want to play both the Axiom Verge games properly on stream at some point. But like Jedi Fallen Order, yeah, even though it wasn't my cup of tea, I can absolutely see people being super excited, like happy to get that for free, especially with its direct sequel coming up this year. It's a perfect time to hop in and try it. Fallout 76, however, it's like, wow, fuck, alright. In the fact that I wish I didn't pay for it. Oh, right, yeah, fair enough. But I suppose that's the one plus, you can get it for free, then great. But Axiom Verge 2, that's the real winner. I'll make sure to nab that, so when I eventually do carry the Axiom... Cover! Brain, please. I know it's getting later into the stream, and we've had 3 long streams in a row, but still. We're getting there. But, yeah, when I eventually cover Axiom Verge, that'll make life a lot easier, because I only have to buy the first one. Anyway, when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi dead.
That's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor, to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, We had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body has disappeared. See, when it's spelled out like this, and it's not the case, it's like they keep on bringing up Celeste, and Celeste has already argued against every point we've made. Like, it's so obvious it's her.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. Are we all hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository.
And I want to think Byakuya also already knows it's Celeste. Well, that's just me. I think that there's 3 people in this room that already know it's Celeste. Me, Kyoko, and Byakuya. I said Makoto might not, because he's still doing the whole figuring it out as he goes. But Byakuya and Kyoko, both of them absolutely know it's Celeste.
Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka? In order to uncover the truth in the case, I have to find them, no matter what. Time to get the bot going again. None of them help. None of them are relevant to the case. Oh, right. None of them are relevant to the case. It's going to be an absorbed statement, isn't it?
Regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
We need to defy that.
Taka came last.
Taka didn't come last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're in that order.
So it's obvious.
So we keep the numbering, and then when it cycles back round, we challenge that first statement, because we do know the actual order. If you're ever struggling when you're trying to solve these cases, let the whole thing play out. At the end, it will cut to Makoto thinking to himself, and him thinking to himself will be your hint.
Regarding Taka's death,
We get to this bop a little longer, so
before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
I can't wait for we get rebuttal showdowns again in the next game.
We already know what order they were killed in.
Because that track's another banger.
No, it's wrong. Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
The wristwatch, evidence that proves Taka was killed before Fumi. I feel like there was something. Oh god, you're gonna make me spell wristwatch. Okay, W-R-I-S-T-W-A-T-C-H. S. Wrist. Give me a fucking T. Gotcha.
Now I understand.
Now I understand. Yeah, of course you do.
I got it. Papa's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
Hey you, how long are you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for the little boys and girls.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
I am going to say, when my new mic shows up, I'm going to fuck with the volume settings in the game a bit more. Because if I've got more, like options to adjust my mic audio and hopefully keep it clear, we can get away, I think, with the characters' voices being a little louder. It's just, if I leave it as is, like this game, I can't stress enough. This game's loud enough as is, you know? So I have it on this, just have it on something. I didn't realise that counted as a volume though. I might actually do that. I didn't realise that didn't mute it. I thought that would have muted it. But yeah, I might do that actually.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
Which also means, if that's the case, there's no way to actually mute this game.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been. Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we gotta go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared.
Once again, Celeste going out of her way to try and establish things could only go one direction, to make sure that guilt doesn't swerve to her. Mondo and Leon never made the effort she made to cover her tracks. Even the trial. Like, Leon just kind of let it go by itself and just thought he'd be fine up until he was challenged at the end. And Mondo kept to himself into a literal slip of the tongue near the end.
When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing. Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body, because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway. In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing.
I love that you're already seeing like Makoto and Kyoko kind of have their little tag team going on. They're kind of relying on each other and like bouncing ideas off. Maybe it's just me doing like my shipping work too much, but still.
And according to what Celeste said,
we could not have gone for more than a minute or two there. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was... alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive? Is it really possible? What we need to prove it is the announcement, which we don't have. Okay, so it's another absorb.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
And Kuku's like, oh really?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that?
And Kyoko's prodding
Maybe
Celeste.
The announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Gotcha. The Royal Discovery announcement was only made once. That much I'm sure of. That's because only one of them was dead. Hint, hint.
When we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually...
No.
Oh,
It is Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body of Hifumi's
dead body had been found.
Gotcha.
No, that's wrong. Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
No, it was intended for Taka, because they were discovered at the same time.
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
Look at Byakuya agreeing with us. See, look, we're buddies really. Byakuya, please.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Yeah, he explained everything in that. When they first discover a dead body, it would have played for both of them, but it didn't. It only played once, so Taka was the only one that was actually dead. Hifumi was still alive. And the reason why we heard it a second time is because Hifumi was actually a dead body the second time round when we found him in the back room of the art gallery.
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time. Which means, even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement, the first time it played is when we found each other in the nurse's office in the equipment room, and the second time was when both bodies were discovered. Well, rediscovered even.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
Dong dong ding dong.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
No, it was the fact he wiped his glasses.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
Celeste trying to dismiss the whole thing to make this case go back to Hero. There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Give me glasses or the cleaning cloth, and we've got him. We've got it. Glasses. Oh, well, there we go.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time
We just need someone to say something about how there wasn't anything to prove it.
And
Probably
then,
Celeste.
while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before
Here we go, Celeste.
being moved
It's probably
and
whatever
his
you
body
say, isn't it?
after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned,
Nope, too early.
there was no notable difference.
That's the one. Gotcha.
No, that's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
Oh, now it's the cleaning cloth. Where is it?
I got it!
Yeah.
It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean, and the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
Attaboy.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
Taka himself, Sakura, Hifumi.
It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside, which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto?
Every time it's like, yes, now I have one more trick up my sleeve to prove my point. Get him, Makoto. Fucking, come on. She's talking about the note. That's all she can be talking about, right?
I got it!
Yeah.
You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
And the reason why it has to be the note is because for Kyoko to bring it up, it has to be something Kyoko had seen and is aware of as well. And she was literally with us when we found the note. She was the one that pointed it out to us, for fuck's sake. So following the logic of working off only what she's seen and has been able to see, because she had to play catch up in this case because she was investigating her own thing, you get the point.
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 AM.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been... I got it!
Hey, Boomies pants. Every time I see it, I'm just like, maybe. One of these days I'm going to pick the dumb answer. The thing is, if you're struggling with the part of the case, similar to Phoenix Wright, there's literally nothing stopping you from saving where you are. You can save where you are and come back later, so I could have theoretically just saved before that point and then picked the wrong answer, but no, let's just carry on.
The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Yeah, Crazy Toko or Jill is back on it with the crazy nicknames. You know, she called us Big Mac last time, but now it's TikTok and Huffy.
Ugh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still, I can't let her get to me. Oh.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for...
The wristwatch?
Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to me?
Yeah, okay, the wristwatch, because they're talking about the time.
6 AM.
And they're going to say, oh, it's nothing to do with it, or something like that, aren't they?
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
The note has nothing to do with TikTok.
Yes, it does, because that's when his watch was broken.
No, that's wrong. There absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Oh, the clenched fist? That we have a scrap piece of paper?
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
I want to point out, it took this fucking long for Makoto to notice this. To go, I knew it! Like, huh? Huh? How long have we had these two pieces of paper? Makoto, ace fucking detective he ain't.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa, yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Alright, Hero, you were partway there, and then you get carried away. He's not still alive.
No. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
And the thing is, I can vaguely forgive Hero, because at that point, he was still all trapped up in the locker room. So he might not even be aware that the alarm went off twice. I mean, if he paid enough attention, he might have realized, because we actually talked about it. But logically, he might sit there and go, oh, I don't think he ever came upstairs to see the bodies himself. So I don't think, so yeah, I can at least vaguely forgive him. Maybe he just wasn't aware.
The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus! Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
And the most beautiful thing is that Hero, that's a smart observation. You're on the right fucking path. You're getting there.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
Yeah, we'll see.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then...
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure it out. Well, we did figure it out. It was the moment we found a wet hammer that was clean. And the only one that didn't have any dust on it. Gee, I wonder if that one was used and then washed. Anyway. There's spotless hammers on this list, and we solved it. There it is.
What was used to kill Hifumi?
We just need to wait for someone to say something contradictory, not just asking a question, because we can't contradict someone just saying, what do you think this means?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Murdergear.com/hammertime. Shut up, chill. The worst part is that there's a / in the text.
One thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
No, it's wrong.
Ah dear, this woman.
The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder.
Yeah, Jill... I'm appreciating Genocide Jill more in this playthrough than I did on my blind. Maybe, I have to keep on going back to it, but I was still recovering from COVID on my blind playthrough of the first game. But there's a lot of more little things I'm noticing in this that I just whooshed past me on my first playthrough a year ago. And I can only assume a number of them. Like, some of them is just me not paying enough attention, because you always notice more things on the second run of any game anyway. But I think some of it was just that because I was under the weather still and still recovering, I just wasn't completely always focused and so missed those things. But yeah, like, at the end of my blind playthrough, I didn't care for Toko/Genocide Jill that much. But in this one, yeah, I'm enjoying her a bit more, because I'm seeing the comedy that she brings a bit more. I still think Toko's a bit weak, but then that's fine, because Toko gets a good character arc in Ultra Despair Girls, the spin-off. But in terms of individually, no, Jill's fun. Anyway.
If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
Yeah, because Celeste, you know that if we all come to a collective agreement that it was a co-opt action, you would be on the suspect list, and you're trying to avoid that at all costs to win. Because unlike Mondo and Leon, who were reactionary and were just trying to kind of ride it out because they didn't want to confess their crime, Celeste is a very tactical woman who is out to win, and so she's trying her best to win and so is doing everything in her power to divert any attention off of her.
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... none of them help. Alright, so it's probably an absorb statement then.
Based on the rule.
I think that's the biggest thing. If you, this isn't just you for one man, this is anyone who tries to get into it. Study the evidence first anytime you enter a non-stop debate. Because if you, and pay, also look at the conversation and look at what evidence you're given. If the conversation is leaning somewhere and none of the evidence feels like it even remotely is related to it, then yeah, it has to be an absorb statement. Like, try and break it down. See if there's a piece of evidence that actually does fit the conversation to begin with before you even start looking at contradictions. If you can't find any, assume it's an absorb statement where we need to find something else and throw it at something else. So we'll see how it goes.
Laid out for us. Even if more than one person
it's got to be defying or proving against it.
Only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together.
That's what we have to challenge. It's just where's the thing we're going to use.
That's how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Gotcha. And then I'll throw that at impossible. Is it possible to assume an accomplice? Really that insane, or is there some chance?
Based on the rule, even if more than one, only the one who actually carried out, assuming the rule holds true.
I pressed X by accident first, so I got a time penalty on that. I am not getting a perfect score on this. How long we got left?
There were two murders,
we're close to accusing Celeste, and then we just got to prove it's her. We're probably like 3/4 done if we're honest. Actually, I say that. I'll be more generous. I'll say we're a little past half because it takes a while to prove it's her.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder,
but we are
then
like
yes,
extremely close to making our accusation. If it's not like the next piece of evidence, it's the piece after. Because with like everything's starting to narrow down. We've explained away how Ifumi moved. We've explained how Taka's moved. So now we can circle the conversation back. Oh, we've also explained that, you know, there's two people involved. So now we can start bringing it back to who that other person could be. So now we're going to start pushing towards Celeste.
Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in the scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
Gee, and who would that be other than the one person who kept on claiming they saw things?
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved. But then, who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case is unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit.
Here's my answer.
It could only be Celeste.
It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
Byakuya's onto it still. And now Celeste realizes the corner she's just about to get backed into.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit from brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot! Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
And also the fact that she lost her temper for a second kind of doesn't help.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
What was it only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Encountering the suspicious individual.
The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush, the adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Yeah! Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been. Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. I can't wait to go back down.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Then why don't we split into two groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well. Then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead.
I certainly was not expecting this. I don't imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything
The whole thing was one big act!
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah? I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
Is it the one I think it is? Where she said those guys, even though she wasn't supposed to be aware of one of the murders yet?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die, just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Byakuya is a monster when it comes to putting people in situations. Like, if you're really innocent, say exactly word for word what you fucking said, knowing that if she does, it will completely reveal her plan, and she's fucking aware of it. Byakuya said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. What was he alluding to? No, it's nothing there.
All I said was... They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us.
Yeah, I'll just absorb us, that's clearly the word.
And confused. They must be positively elate.
We are going to die.
And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
So I said she died, she hadn't known yet. With that in mind, yeah, they give it away too much. I shouldn't fast forward, I should let her say her bit, because since we're going to, like,
They must really be enjoying this.
send her to death in a minute anyway, instead of fast forwarding. It's just, I was waiting for Byakuya or someone to say what's so strange, so we can actually challenge it properly, and clearly they weren't starting with it.
We are
Out of
all
my own
going
heart.
to die here. We are going to die.
Just like those...
Gotcha.
No, that's wrong. That's right. There's no
I think we've only
reason
got like
Celeste should have said,
3 or
"Just
4
like those
more
guys
little
died."
pieces to do, and then we're done. Because it's literally just we've got her in the corner. It's just tying up the loose ends and then the closing argument. So I think we are near the end of this case now. I don't remember this case going on in so long, but then equally on my blind playthrough, I knew right off the bat it was Celeste, so I think I was like beelining for her the whole case on, so it just didn't feel as long.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right?
I mean, yes, it actually is, Hero. It's literally the other way around. We've established that the thing can't bend at the waist. We've established that you can't get out of it. It's so rigid and stuck that you can't move the parts easily. The answer is simple. Hiro was already in it, he was unconscious, and Hifumi was just pretending for the sake of the picture because we've already established that they were comrades, that they were working as each other's accomplices, both Hifumi and Celeste.
So let's put the suit on, and then
No, you're so close, Hiro. Celeste didn't put the suit on. We've established only you fit in it.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Also, if you pay a little attention, as the more we corner Celeste, the more her accent starts to slip. Other explanations, and obviously, yeah, she just tried to shut down the possibility of other explanations because she doesn't want this to continue. She knows she's getting cornered. If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, then it must be Hifumi was dragging them away. They're dancing and they were drinking. Oh god. Sometimes the other options are really clever. Other times, no, not so much.
I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Ooh, feisty. Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is it that really possible? But you see, the music's changed. Now the music's playing Hope vs. Despair, which once again only plays when you're on the verge of cornering the killer.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out.
The costume, right?
Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight.
Because she's going to say, oh, how could you move it if you were unconscious? The suit would have flopped over, or something like that.
I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture.
Yeah, she's going to talk about how it was standing perfectly, which just wouldn't have happened if he was unconscious.
If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up.
Except there is, because we've already established the thing's like stiff as hell.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
Oh, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
And now we're finally starting to corner Celeste. Her pose changes as well. Like, she knows we're fucking under her.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it.
Well, see, unlike Mondo and Leon, the previous culprits, who were, like, killers of circumstance and just kind of haphazardly covered their tracks, she's in it for the game. She adapted and she's trying to win. So now she's losing, so she's not too keen.
That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
Celeste?
Clearly!
You want to cram me into your little guilty box? Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name.
Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Yasuhiro, shut up. Shut up, you're not helping.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Jesus fucking Christ, Celeste.
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
He gave them nicknames. He said for serious lot. No, he said he only ever referred to people by their last names.
That's right, our last names. He called us all by our last names.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. How is it that convenient explanation?
Fucking Christ. I didn't even... Oh, fuck. Byakuya.
No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
And now comes the real thing. Celestia Ludenberg is a made-up name, and that's the name that she is stuck with. Her real name, that's what we need to figure out. If we know her last name is coincidentally the same as Hiro's first name, then we've got her.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
And she can clearly tell she hates her family name. And yes, you are a loser, Celeste, because you're about to lose right now.
Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Fine. Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it. Final push. I think this is the last piece. I can't think of any other loose threads we haven't cleaned up yet. We're just going to make her show us our handbook, because it will show only her real name.
He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
Right? So we just have to wait for her to get, like, in her face about it, and we can challenge it.
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real
I said everyone knows. Celeste is trying to make everyone think that that's her real name. Everyone knows it's not her real name. Everyone. Who are you trying to convince?
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
I love that line. I had to shut up for it. See? How long do you feel I'm pretending?
It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me...
Show us your handbook.
No, it's wrong. That's it! The handbook!
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Closing argument time. Alright. Oh my god, Hifumi, that portrait. In this case, how did the killer recruit their accomplice? Was it seduction? I'll come back to that one actually. What time did the killers call the victims to the rec room? Oh, rec room, that's one. Who was it that the killer summoned first? They knocked him out and stuffed him inside the robo-suit, falsify the evidence, and they use a certain item to do it. And what time was Taka supposed to head to the equipment room? His wristwatch said 6. Justice hammer that was used to kill Taka. That was hammer 4. In the library, Hifumi used something to fake the existence of the shadowy criminal. Oh, the blood packets. Right? No, this is the library. So he used... Do we have a hammer too? Yes, we do. Justice hammer was used... Oh, okay, that was hammer 3. After he was fucking around. Everyone found both bodies. Also, look, all the other faces, but because Celeste is the killer, she's just made as a generic blackened. This is... If we used to make the move Taka's body, the... I'm leaning on that one, but I want to see what else is here first. Because that's just his backpack, that doesn't help. I'm going to assume this then, because something else fits. I was just looking for something that's just the top. The weapon that's used, the killer used to murder Hifumi. That was the clean hammer. So let's go back to the start. Now looking at what's left. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. Maybe that? Also that the puppy. That one might be wrong. It might be that one. Actually, I think it is wrong. I think it's this one. Because then that exact pose is here. And they don't really use poses in the comics, so it can't be. But it's just there's nothing. Yes, it's it. It looks like. See? It's not that because that's case 1. That's case 2. That's irrelevant. That's just Byakuya. I know he's a handsome man, but that's just him. That's just food. That's just a poster, and that's the blood packet. Alright, let's go for it. Worst that happens, we make a mistake, but I'm confident-ish.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
Okay, thank goodness.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1, and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2, and an injured Hifumi, to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is... sorry. You lose.
At least that whole ending piece is really cool. And that final picture with, like, you know, Celeste crossing with Makoto is really cool. I like both of them. That's really sweet for this, unfortunately, like I said, too predictable case, which is what makes it so weak. But thankfully it's made up for because case 4 is amazing.
I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor.
I, Celestia Ludenberg.
Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
And there's her real name, Taiko Yasuhiro. Her last name is, coincidentally, the same as Hiro's first name. But it just worked out. We got her real name. Everything about her background, you know, about her having rich heritage and being very sophisticated and whatnot, that was a world she made for herself. It's not real.
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Case in point, she's dropped the accent. She's dropped any kind of game now.
Interesting.
Alright, let's see how bad our score is. Oh, we lost a lot of points there. 23... Oh! So out of a possible 1,300, we got 12,058. Well, that's still enough for an A. Nice.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end. Isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct.
The blackened this time.
And the killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celestia Ludenberg. Or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi about this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on his specialty, lying. On her specialty. My specialty? Oh, don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then did you use... You know. I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taiko were both super into. Assuming... She talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt, we're in the middle of a very important conversation here.
Oh, I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words,
So then you're the one who stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you came up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you. I was really back with her accent. I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it. What?
Are you okay
It
with
was
this?
Taka. He stole it.
What?
So
And I have
then,
proof. Would you like to see it? Turned on. I found use. As it turned out, I had a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. How did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her.
You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say
What?
As for me...
Please forgive me, he flattened me.
Oh.
He did?
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say. He abused me. It's the one thing that pisses me off, though, at the very end. Celeste tries to make out that the ultimate moral compass abused her to force her cooperation and silence. And through her word choice, implies, you know, coming to her room unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say. You know, implies it went way further than, you know, physical abuse. The ultimate moral compass.
What?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime. An absolute crime. I mean, he got a little crazy, but I never imagined he'd go that far.
It was amazing how completely he brought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was.
I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, you'll be playing right into his hands.
Actually...
Taco is planning to use her to escape. And he made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean...
Taco is going to try to kill you.
What?
Indeed.
And also, he can keep her to himself.
That bastard. Bastard.
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts?
Absolutely not. How could I? She.
I swear I will save her!
Actually...
Then, would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan.
Huh?
I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Fumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yes, it was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
So why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it!
Let's see...
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. Fuck, she's about to die and she's still, like, taking jabs. I feel like I cry.
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi,
How did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you actually let him live?
Are you okay
That's
with
simple. After we did his part pretending to be dead, when someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded, he was on the verge of death, but just barely held on. And he really believed that? Well, of course. There wasn't all there was to it, as I explained it to Hifumi. The plan was, while you were questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
so you had planned to kill him all along.
But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can a human life mean so little to you?
Well...
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder
No,
about that.
he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that was not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape. But all along, you've been saying how we have to accept living here. Obviously, that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here. I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And you know why, huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. Of accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me...
And it was all for that dream. And what was that dream of yours?
Isn't it
To
wonderful?
live in a European castle.
A castle? And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I had created a perfect aesthetical world of descendants.
This is fine.
Even the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be
unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others to my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is
That's
this?
all we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. Celeste's fucking terrified. That's what she's saying. She is completely fucking terrified of her incoming death. But she's just so good at lying. Like I said, her nickname is Queen of Liars. She's lying to herself that somehow things will work out, so then she doesn't feel it. So she can stay calm, even though she knows the truth. She's convincing herself on that lie. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes.
That's
indeed.
right. I don't feel death. Kill me whoever you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice,
Isn't
then
it wonderful?
I think I'd like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey,
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak fake smile is what betrayed her.
You're all done. Okay, then let's get rolling. The blackened disturbed the peace and must pay the price. Now then, I prepared a very special punishment for her, the ultimate gambler. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then... Take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Celeste has the most dignified death. She accepts what's coming, even though, you know, it absolutely terrifies her. And she has, like, in terms of just the first game, just to give you the heads up, she has, like, one of the darkest ones that still goes out of its way to take the last glimmer of hope away from her. Because with all of her love of, like, you know, this Victorian aesthetic, these castles and, like, the Gothic Lolita and whatnot, her dying by being burnt at the stake is poetic. And it's a poeticness she'd accept. So of course they're going to ruin that as it goes on, because it will ruin the poeticness of it to give her one last glimpse of taking something away from her, making it so her very last thought was her feeling despair for something else, for her losing something else. You'll see what I mean as it goes on, but this is a very cold and very, like, harsh and powerful death. It caught me by surprise again, because the first two are so crazy, and although this one has its craziness, you get this. And the music isn't, like, bouncing the way it was before for the longest part of the track. And then, because you can't have it, the vulgar modernality that she despised is the thing that actually kills her. The poetic death she thought she was getting didn't happen. The death she was prepared to accept didn't happen. The vulgar modernality that she despised was the one that killed her in the end. She wasn't allowed to have any peace at all. And that's a constant thing in the series. The executions, they aren't just about killing them in ways that are related to their talents, or related to who they are. It's about making them die in the most miserable and against them way. The one that's a personal attack. The second game and third game go a lot more deep into it and trying to make the executions really, really play into personally insulting them before they die. I mean, we've already seen it. Leon, in the first case, despite being the ultimate baseball star, despises baseball. So they killed him by pelting him to death with baseballs. You see, yeah, things like that. You know, there's already done things like that. Anyway, it's over. The third execution is over. And now we're down to only 7 of the 15. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny at one point I considered her a friend too. Yeah, right? Hang on. I was her C-rank friend! Anyway, and for him to just come along and...
Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die. You guys are still young. You need to place more value in your lives.
What are you gonna
Jeez,
do?
and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you let me out of here now.
Too bad.
Oh, you're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is. But that reality just can't be avoided.
Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you going to make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste? So, what's the deal with that? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh, oh man, oh jeez, oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
What was that just now? Monster went to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Anyway, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya.
See ya.
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair, there was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma's already mentioned it, but it's the key that Celeste gave you.
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers. What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said, I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
So...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still a risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo.
I'm gonna go for a dining hall, okay? Yeah, so Mikoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means? Okay, good luck, Mikoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? Yeah.
So then...
We need to get into the locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And in the locker swung open, we saw... Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. Never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I just did what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon, maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please just wait a while longer. So, now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as that incident is concerned, sure, but can we talk for a second, since we have this opportunity? I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school?
You...
Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that, It's only natural that you'd think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And so no! I believe in you!
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. Oh, I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's fine.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Well, after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me the story that was almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, and so I decided to wait for nighttime to come. When I did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it, and in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it in a way at the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? Also, what was she doing in the boys' bathroom? But I mean, I guess she was just looking for clues wherever. She didn't really give a shit, but still. It's a normal storage closet as far as I could tell. Is it Kyoko told me about? Could it really be hidden here? She said it was the way in the back of the storage closet, but that means seriously? Not thinking I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet, and suddenly, if I've been yanked in... A chunk! Same time I heard the sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. But falling through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side, just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor is a storage closet, and way in the back of the closet there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? Normal desk with normal drawers. There's a bunch of files, what looks like the volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at... Sorry, I was just glancing at something on my phone quickly. Glancing at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. It's the only thing that's not covered in dust. So I've been looking at it recently, slipped the file into my hand. Before I had the chance to look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave? That's kind of weird. I can understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is it? My head feels, honey, strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but can't quite remember. What do I do now? What don't I know? A strange sound rang through my head. It felt like I was shaking my brain a little back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Everything had been cleared out, so he couldn't get to read it. Ow. Apparently something hit me, and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much, at least. The mastermind made sure, that was the mastermind making sure that we were not too privy. An empty bookshelf. Empty? Gone? It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the notes that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone. What does that mean? My brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room, get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thoughts. I dragged myself back towards my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The further I walked, the more I felt things were getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. Couldn't stop myself from collapsing right here. And after that... It's at a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound was coming from the gym. There's the mastermind's cleverness is Kyoko. Oh, you think Kyoko... As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. Dunk, going bang. What's going on? Can't be nothing. You're in the gym? Didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. It's like when I go inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Gotcha, biak. Other sounds, other crashing sounds. Fucking Sakura and Monokuma going to fucking war. Before me raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No, not one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat. No longer compromise. No longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay, but you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then could it be the mastermind spy is... And that's how the chapter ends. That will be resolved when we do chapter 4, which will be like on Monday. Like Sunday or Monday, either or. Either way, we're down to 7. See, Super Wayward Justice present. Jeez, and it's going to go through the people we've killed, but we'll start that in the next chapter because it will make us for a good recap. That's where we're ending. Make for a good recap when we start chapter 4 later on. Right. Another nearly 6-hour stream has come and gone. I forget how long these cases are, Jesus. When we come back to it, it'll probably be on Sunday or Monday, but tomorrow we're resuming Atelier Riser 2. So until then, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys then.